Peace, love, and prosperity for all of humanity on planet Earth. I'm Abdul Smith Bay of AMPAG, and I'll be your presenter for this evening. Today, we'll be discussing the charter. Uh, Last week, we talked about the French protectorate, and we shed light on a historical event that took place in recent history um, that we had no clue about. We out here flying around the Kingdom of Morocco flag, which was once the Moorish Empire flag. But during the time of the protectorate, that's when the five-pointed star was added to the flag. And also the French flag in the canton, which is the top left corner of the flag. So all these years, keep in mind, the French protectorate it started a year before Noble Drew Ali came on the scene, and it ended in 1956. That means Moors were aware of Moorish history and Moorish identity and Moorish nationality throughout the entire time. The entire time, from 1912 to 1913, or okay, I mean 1956, or more specifically 1913 to 1956, right? And that's when, because 1956 is when the French protectorate ended. So how is it that we're flying around this Moorish flag and we had no clue that there was a French flag attached to it, which represented something called the French protectorate, meaning that the Moors were under protection by the French government? The only answer to that question is we've been sold out. And people don't like hearing that, especially when you put it on the grand sheets. Well, how can I not put it on the grand sheets? Obviously, it's not every grand sheet. So perhaps I could just say leadership. And if the shoe fits, wear it. But I know of a lot of good grand sheets because within our state, we have at least two grand sheets. One is the Qadi and the other one is the Consul General. And I've spoken to many other righteous grand sheets. So really, ultimately, if the fez fits, wear it. But y'all know what I mean when I say we were sold out by the grand sheets. The grand sheets represent the leadership of the temple. And for the most part, I'm actually really talking about the older grand sheets from the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s. And you still have some today, don't get me wrong. But just like the members, they're not, they're part of the movement. The movement has been sold out, but you may not necessarily know that. So you're innocent in your approach, not knowing that you're selling the people out. So I recognize that, right? But ultimately, at the end of the day, we were still flying around a flag. That represented the Moorish Empire at one point. But during that time, it was under French protection. And you'll sit here and tell me that the leadership of the time between 1912 and 1956 didn't know about that? That should have been well known within the movement, within the Moorish movement. Every temple should have schooled their members about the French protectorate. How not? Of all the organizations and groups in America, if you will, the Moorish Americans were the closest to the truth. So I'm not gonna sit here and act like it didn't happen, because it happened. I mean, hell, there's 3 temple number ones, one for each split. One for C. Kirkman Bey, the other one for the reincarnated prophet, and the other one for the other dude who they say the prophet said that he should be the prophet, the new prophet or whatever, leader guy of the temple. So each one of those factions, they get a temple number one. And the Moors ain't caught on to that yet. The Moors ain't caught on to that yet. So miss me with the whole, oh, you shouldn't talk like that about the Grand Sheiks. Yes, I should. The truth needs no apologies. Now, if you can show and prove that I'm wrong about something, oh, by all means, I'll course correct and I'll apologize to the world.
Islam.
But you don't have any information that can show me anything different. So what I was saying earlier that I was needed to get on the record. Y'all forget? Yeah, I kind of slipped my mind. Does anyone forget what I was saying? I mean, does anyone remember what I was saying? I was talking about
Grand Sheiks. The Grand Sheiks.
No, was I? No, I'm talking before I started recording. I wanted to get something on the record that I was talking about.
You were talking about why the North American saying why we hadn't corrected these colonists, got on these colonists and stuff like that.
Right. People saying things like, I'm from the show me state, so show me what you guys are doing. You haven't decolonized not one block. And the point that I'm trying to get on the record is those on the outside looking in who aren't erudite in the subject matter of international law and statehood do not understand what it is that we're doing within this movement. It's a brand new movement to everyone. And so they're looking at this movement through the eyes of the Moorish American process and procedures. Because Moorish American process and procedures are based in immediate results, immediate relief, if you will. The whole microwave society syndrome, get rich quick scheme mentality. It's got to happen today. It's got to happen now. It's got to happen tomorrow. Well, I mean, hell, the Moorish American movement has been around since 1913. That's 94 years. I should be looking at y'all like that. The WRC isn't even a year yet. It's only 6 months, 7 months or so, 8 months. The statehood movement is 2 years. That's it. But y'all want to look at us and say, oh, what y'all done? No, what has the temple done for the past 94 years? That's almost a century. That's several generations. What have they done? You're over here questioning what is it that we've done.
Islam.
We're doing a lot of which is it. Somebody said something?
Yeah, I was just going to say a lot of the people that are making those points are trying to discredit the Moorish states that have already been established so that they could get into the whole statehood movement with themselves as the head.
That's exactly right. And we're talking about the same individual, the same scruffy guy who's hating. We're dealing with a lot of envy and jealousy and all this stuff instead of focusing on the goal at hand. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. You know, they can't if they're not get if they don't get recognized by the WRC, they ain't going nowhere fast.
Well, that's true. That's indeed true, without a doubt. And I'll explain why. Right? They say it's suspicious. We got these Moors out here, talking about Moorish government this, Moorish government that, treaty this, treaty that. But why haven't they held the colonists accountable? It's suspicious. Oh, okay, yeah. What's the suspicion? What's the suspicion? That we're dirty Moors? That were COINTELPRO agents? What's the suspicion? Or is it really suspicion? Because if you ask me, you're deflecting. You're really hating because you want because your whole thing imploded. And then we just popped out of nowhere. But no other group of Moors who are establishing governments or have attempted to do so will get it right. None of them will get it right. Not a Mexamore Empire, not USAR, not the ISC, not the consulate, even CM-based constitution wouldn't have gotten anywhere. And the reason why I'm saying this, Morris, is because there's a customary norm of international law that must be adhered to in order for decolonization to be successful. If you're missing that element, it won't be successful. And the Moors don't study international law. And if they don't study international law, then they wouldn't understand this particular element, the principle of international law that would have you on the right path to decolonization, where the United States or any other colonists cannot use that as a tool against you to reject your claim. So I'm going to ask the floor. Somebody got to know, what is the principle of international law that we must adhere to during the varying stages of decolonization?
Is it 3 branches of government? Or maybe Constitution first?
No, wrong answer, but I appreciate your attempt at answering the question.
Islam.
Does it have to do with the UN Charter?
It has to do with the UN Charter. It's that principle is laid out in the UN Charter, or not even in the UN Charter. It's actually not even laid out. It's res judicata from the International Court of Justice.
Yeah.
Right. It's almost like an unwritten rule, kind of, if you will.
Right.
Domain.
A lot of you guys that are answering are new. I was expecting it from the older guys. They would.
One of them is the Uti Pasadetus jurors.
There you go. That's the answer. Uti Pasadetus jurors. Thank you, Hakeem. Uti Pasadetus jurors says that post-colonialism, right, or through colonialism, the territories were broken up into, or the land mass was broken up into territories. Sort of like the Berlin Conference when they created all the borders in Africa. That's one of the principles of colonization. So under uti juris, when the succession state comes into the picture or decolonization is taking place, it has to be taken back one bordered territory at a time. Each one of those borders are considered non-self-governing territories, or they're also known as trust territories.
To maintain the peace, correct?
Yes, to maintain the peace, right? Based on
Abdul,
um,
I had just went out of the room. Did you ask me to start reading or anything yet?
no, not yet. Thank you, sister. To maintain, because borders what's the other word? Not the demarcation line is another one, but in international law, these are specific terms for the borderlines. Frontier, it can cause a frontier dispute because one state would say, oh, well, this belongs to me, and then the other state would say, no, it doesn't, it belongs to us. And so based on your constitution, you have to lay out the longitude, latitude of the territory that you're reclaiming, which identifies the borderline. So Utah, for example, their constitution is claiming the entire United States and the whole American continent and part of Africa. The Maximore Empire, basically the same thing. The Zodiac Constitution claims the entire world. Those are incompetent approaches to the game, bro. And you will lose in court every time if you come with that type of constitution. With that type of claim. You have to do things one border at a time. That's why you see that our states, we have reclaimed the trust territory of Colorado, then Oregon, then Georgia, then Indiana, then Texas, then Michigan, now North Carolina. All those are known as trust territories or non-self-governing territories under the United Nations Charter, the Trusteeship Council. So that in it of itself take time. That's part of the due process of decolonization. So you're looking at sovereignty and independence, which means you're taking over the border, right? The territory. And making that territory under your Moorish government sovereign and independent and autonomous from the United States, period. Your borderlines become international borders. Now you got to come with integrity of domains, which is the reinforcement of the laws and the enforcement of your laws. Well, the establishment of your laws and the enforcement of your laws to protect your nationals and protect the state. Then economic liberty without any inequality. So that's what I was trying to get on the record. The Moors were talking about how the Moroccan nationals and the government officials, y'all broke, and y'all working 9 to 5 still, and y'all, where's your financial base? These are the things that he was saying. You haven't decolonized not one block. I'm from the show me state. Show me better than you can tell me. But we ain't telling you anything. I've been on your YouTube channels, and all y'all do is talk. I'm from the show me state. Show me something. First of all, understand that he's a Moorish subject. And me as a government official of the Moroccan states, I don't owe you an answer to anything. You're not in my jurisdiction. Go talk to Joe Biden. That's your president. I don't have to answer nothing. I don't have to show y'all nothing. Now, if he was a Moroccan national of a state, I'm gonna have to have a ex parte conversation with him because I answer to the nationals. I don't answer to Moorish subjects. Joe Biden answers to Moorish subjects. I answer the more we, us, our several Moorish government officials answer to the Moorish nationals. So if they're asking those questions, it's incumbent upon us to provide the answer as to what's going on, depending on what it is, because obviously there is sensitive information that doesn't need to be broadcasted, but we gotta, at minimum, at the very least, uh, uh, give them some sort of information. So our battle in statehood is different than anyone else on planet Earth. We have a unique battle, right? The establishment of statehood for us is different. So therefore, the economic aspect is going to look different.
Because we're superior in the treaty, correct? Pardon, sir.
Well, not because we're superior. Yes, we're superior in the treaty, but really because we are one of the only Moors on planet Earth that has such a powerful treaty. That's number one. The Africans don't have treaties with the colonists like that. Right? The Brazilian Moors don't have treaties with the colonists like that. But what makes our battle different that I'm referring to is Nigeria, for example. I believe Nigeria is being colonized by Great Britain. So their colonialism is taking place across borders. So their colonists live in a different land. They're being colonized across borders. With us, the United States, we're cohabitating with them. So our colonists live in our house. The people that's colonizing us, they live in our house. They don't live in Europe. They're on our land, right? So the economic base for us looks different because we have to follow the preamble of the and I'm off subject because today we'll be talking about the charter, but I'm going to touch this real quick. Let me try to pull this up here. Okay, right. Let me show you all what's different about our struggle here with decolonization and why it's so powerful.
Islam. While you're pulling that up, I just wanted to say that in comparison to the Israel-Palestine relationship, our situation is similar, except we were allowed to integrate with them, but the Palestinians were kind of pushed to the side. But they're still killing us off one by one. They're still separating our families, so on and so forth.
Right. It is a similar battle, but they don't have treaties.
Islam.
So what we got here is the Act of Algeciras. The preamble to the Act of Algeciras. And you guys heard this before. So this is where we're talking about our economic base. So the Moors on the outside looking in don't understand what it is that we're doing on the inside of statehood, as I stated earlier. They don't understand. Nothing is we're not here to settle traffic court ticket disputes. Like, come on, really? That's childish in all actuality. Mortgage issues, tax issues. What we're here to do is decolonize. And in doing so, you solve all those problems all at once for everybody. Instead of one-off successes based on an individual process that didn't solve the problems for everyone as it should, because If you're talking about uplifting fallen humanity, that means all of humanity, not just you. So one is selfish, the other one is selfless. The one that's selfless is the statehood movement. And as such, it takes time, Morris. And if you're a Morris subject, we don't have to answer to you, answer to you or report to you anything that's going on within the movement. You just sit back and watch, or join, get on the train, and get erudite. That's your only two options. You'll sit on the sideline with your popcorn and watch what's going down, watch this chess match, this political chess match that's taking place, or join the fight. But I don't want to hear no criticism. Inspired by the interest attaching itself to the reign of order, peace, and prosperity in Morocco, and recognizing that the attainment thereof can only be effected by means of the introduction of reforms based upon the triple principles. That's it. Of the sovereignty and independence of His Majesty the Sultan, the integrity of his domains, and economic liberty without any inequality. That's the sequential order. First, we have to establish the sovereignty and independence. We have to come with a declaration of independence, a constitution, public inauguration, flag, seal to represent your state, and establish your sovereignty and independence from who? The colonists. From the chartered colony that you're reclaiming as the trust territory, non-self-governing trust territory, non-self-governing because it wasn't being governed by the indigenous people of the land who were there before the colonists, i.e. ante Colorado, ante North Carolina, ante Georgia, so on and so forth. We were here before the colonists. So now once you establish your autonomous state, then you go into the integrity of your domains, which is the writing of your legislation, your laws, and the enforcement of those laws to protect your nationals, to protect the state. And also to engage the United States under the Pacific Settlement of Disputes from chapter 6 of the charter, which we will be looking at. So that process is lengthy. It's not, from today to tomorrow. It takes time. We have to put our pieces together. There's a chess match taking place. We have to line up the bishop. We have to put the knight in place. Right? We got to connect the rooks, castle the king. We've been putting our pieces together, lining them up, developing the pieces. Knights come first to then engage in the middle game. Now, there's going to be some pieces that's going to be exchanged, right? It's a chess match. That's the integrity of domains. And as we go through these various stages, if we got to work, we got to work. It is what it is. What we ain't doing is scamming anyone. Knowledge is free at the WRC. So yeah, we can create revenue by charging people how to put state together. That's the Moorish American paradigm. There's a low barrier of entry for statehood around here. Anyone can get in, as long as you're an upstanding Moor who means well. We vet that in people, by the way. Keep that in mind. So now, once you're successful in this chess match, then comes what? What's the last principle? Somebody say it.
Economic liberty without any inequality.
Gracias. What does that look like? Well, I'll tell you what that looks like. The Act of Algeciras, the same document that we're looking at. We're going to go to chapter 2. I believe it's chapter 2. It is chapter 2. Nope, it's not. I think it's chapter 4. It is. What does it say there? Chapter 4. A declaration concerning a better return of taxes and the creation of new revenues. That's economic liberty without any inequality. That's the economic base. That's where the money coming from. Governing the great enterprise. See, understand, overstand, and understand that corporation that we know of as a corporation, which is the United States of America, the United States, and its several subordinate corporations, chartered colonies, state of Georgia, state of Alabama, state of New York, and then all the corporations with that corporation, Atlanta Hawks, Hollywood, Amazon, Facebook, Lockheed Martin, Microsoft, Walmart. That's the great enterprise. The Act of Algeciras is telling us to govern the great enterprise. The Treaty of Peace and Friendship allowed the United States here to do what? Engage into what? Commerce. That means that that corporation belongs to who? The Moors, the Moroccans. So when you talk about the economic base, it's based in decolonization, full decolonization, taking back control and the governance of the United States corporation, which belongs to us. So you got to pay it forward. You're going to have to work for free. I don't know how long Jeff Bezos was working for free out of his garage before he was able to pop off with Amazon, but that's the name of the game. It's not a get rich quick scheme. Oh, and keep in mind, we don't talk about the money part, not publicly, and we barely even do it privately. Our focus is the proper administrative reforms.
Islam.
That decolonization takes place. And then we will worry about the money. Money comes later, ain't worry about the money. We're multimillionaires around. We're gonna gain access to our vast estate. That's how you gain access to your vast estate. That's how you get access to the SPV trust. But the focus is the administrative reforms. All the paperwork. The WRC is paperwork heavy, y'all. Man, y'all don't understand what's going on behind the scenes with the WRC and all the paperwork. We need more bodies to help with the paperwork part. All the documents and all the things, all the policies, all the resolutions, all the agreements, etc. So when ignorant Moors on the outside ask those questions, that's why it doesn't require an answer. You don't know what's going on. Like I was saying earlier before we got on the recording, there's a chess match that's taking place. And if you know how to play chess, then you can recognize chess moves. For example, you know what things look like on a chessboard, right? So to you, a failure that we may experience, to you, you're seeing a checkmate coming on us, and then you start getting nervous, and then you start losing patience, and then you start losing faith. Follow what I'm saying? Because that's taking place. Like we've got experience going on. We got things going on behind the scenes. And there's something that has taken place that on the surface, it looks like, oh, it's not looking good, right? They're gonna beat us. But you are a you have a rating of 1,000 in chess. The people that's actually playing the game are rated 2,000 or more. So what you're seeing is not what's going on. Because what you don't know is that I just baited my opponent to go for that checkmate. So that's all you see. But if he did that, you didn't see the next 3 moves after that. So he checks, I block, he moves, and then here I come, check, 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 checkmate. So let the competent authority do their jobs and just trust the process. We study hard enough over here to know what we're doing. We have a lot of meetings that everyone is not privy to. We're constantly strategizing and talking and building with reference points on what's the next move that needs to be made, so on and so forth, right? And if you're not privy to these conversations, just either ask your wazir or trust the process. But we got to trust the process. You didn't get involved in it for nothing. I don't care how the Moorish Americans feel, because right now I'm talking to the Moorish nationals and the government officials. All the other Moorish subjects on Facebook, YouTube, whatever, social media, whatever, they can say whatever they want. I don't care. If it's genuine, I try to correct them. But if it's disgenuine, if it's, and I ain't got time for you. This is the unique battle with us, because the colonist is here with us, and it's by treaty rights. But those same treaty rights give us the treaty and the authority over them. The problem is that we've been acquiescing because we've been sold out by our own spiritual leaders, which include the Grand Sheiks, the Moorish Science Temple of America, all 3 factions of them. So we're late to the party. It's 2023. The UN Charter came out in 1945. The League of Nations came out in 1920. All these years, the Moorish Science Temple of America, the movement, has been around. And while we have never talked about any form of international law, and that's why I tell the Moors, coming into this movement, you got to let go of the Moorish American paradigm. That's oil, dirty oil, not even clean, refined oil either. It's like the oil that when you change in your car, the oil in your car, that oil that you're getting rid of, that's the Moorish American movement. It's the type of oil that you got to throw away. It's dirty, it's burned up, and it's got a lot of debris in it. This over here is alkaline water. The two don't match, the two don't mix. You have to reset your mindset when you're coming into statehood. When you're coming into this movement, you have to reset your mindset. You have to let go of the old paradigm, Moorish American paradigm, the processes, the civic process, the individual process, the writs and affidavit, and the individualism of it. The whole, your state is your state of mind. Crap. And come with a clean mind and an open mind to learn and understand, to learn and build your erudition in matters of international law and statehood. That's the highest level of Moorish science. If your state is your state of mind, then what you're telling me is that in all of these years in ancient history, that we've always thought that way, which then means we've been stateless the whole time. Since time immemorial, we've been stateless. Well, then who did the Europeans learn government from then? They learned it from us. So then obviously we weren't always stateless. Obviously we didn't always think like the state is your state of mind and you are your own government. You are your own three branches. You are the executive, judicial, and legislative branch. Really? That's the Moorish American mishmash that we have to flush down the toilet. The same fool that said that has charged the sister out of California $14,000 for a mortgage process that didn't work, and he won't answer his phone anymore. The same clown who deserved jail time in American jurisdiction, which he did do jail time. And I'm shocked that he got out. But that's exactly where his ass belonged. And she was an elder. Let me get into the class before I go into a whole nother direction of frustration with these Moorish American processes and these Moorish American people who mean nothing else but to cause and bring about injury and harm to the people. That's not all Moorish Americans, I get it. But y'all know who I'm talking about. Y'all know who all the package sellers are. Every last one of them. With their websites, anyone who charges for anything, all these donations, they need to be shut down by the people because it's the people who's feeding them and keeping them in business. And that's why they don't like us, because we do everything for free. So we're messing with their pockets. We're messing with their economic base, which is based in scamming their own people. These people are worse than the colonists. And they deserve fines, penalties, and confiscations in accordance with Article 102 of the Act of Algeciras.
Islam.
So let's get into the United Nations and the Charter, shall we? Anyone has any questions of what I just said and what I was just ranting about? I apologize, but I just had to get that out. Anyone has any questions about that?
Point of privilege. Brother, that's not ranting. You're talking the truth. And I feel everything that you're saying. I yield.
Islam, brother, gratitude. So before the United Nations Charter came into existence in 1945, you had the League of Nations, right? Go ahead.
No, I apologize. It actually kicked me out, and I'm just coming back in.
All right. Everyone, please remain on mute unless you have any questions or comments or concerns. But before the League of Nations, though, we had something called the diplomatic body in Tangier, which is a consular post where the colonists would serve their diplomatic, what they call diplomatic missions. So all the colonists had a seat at the diplomatic body in Tangier in the Empire of Morocco under the Sultan, because all those states belong to the Sultan, right? It's under the jurisdiction of the Sultan. All those states are in the empire. All those states are within the dominions of the empire. So they all had to report to the Sultan periodically. So they all had a post in Tangier. This is the American legation. Y'all see that seal above the door? Looks familiar to you? It says Legation, United States of America. Tangier locating legation building, Tangier, Morocco, right? So you had the American legation, you had the German legation, you had the French legation, right? They were all stationed in the Empire of Morocco, all centralized in Tangier as the diplomatic body. So that's the original concept to the League of Nations, which then became the United Nations. This is what we got to understand. Can I get someone to read this for me, please? Sister Oxendine.
Yes, Islam. All right, it's talking about America's first foreign property. Consul John Maloney.
Could you speak up a little bit? I think you're kind of like faint a little bit. Can you get closer to the mic? I'm not sure if that's what it is.
That might be it. Can you hear me better?
Yes.
Okay. Consul John Maloney could not have known the lasting symbolism of his act when he raised America's 23-star flag in 1821 above the whitewashed walls of the Tangier U.S. legation. Maloney had just taken possession of the first overseas property acquired by the United States government, a handsome 18th century Moorish building presented to the American people earlier that year by Moroccan Sultan Moulay Suleiman.
Hold that thought. Moors. And for the audience who may be listening to this video on YouTube, who are Moorish Americans, listen to this.
The gifts.
No. Hold on. Listen to this. This particular paragraph, where up to the point where I asked the sister to pause, shows you that you're not Moorish American. It also shows you that you're not American. And it further shows you that you are Moroccan. Let's try it. Maloney had just taken possession of the first overseas property acquired by the United States government, a handsome 18th century Moorish building presented to the American people earlier that year by Moroccan Sultan Moulay Suleiman. Who are the American people? You see that great seal above that door? That's the American people. We are the Moroccans, which means we were under Sultan Moulay Suleiman. So that means then that we're not Moorish American. One group of people were the Americans, the other ones were the Moroccans. I just wanted to make that point clear, sister. Go ahead, you may continue with the gift.
Point of privilege.
Yes.
Was the Al Moroccans, where they get the term American from?
Perhaps. I don't know. But I'm gonna tell you what this is not. This ain't Soul Train, is it? Where we go around rearranging letters, is it?
Correct.
We got to stick to the strict sense of the law. So let's assume that the word America is a corruption for the word Morocco or Al-Marak. Let's assume that that's the case. Okay, fair enough. Well, why stand on the corrupted term?
Islam.
Why not represent the correct term that your ancestors would utter out of their mouths? So even if the word America or American is a corruption of Morocco, it's a corruption. So why am I going to stand on the corruption and give validity to the corruption and recognize the corruption? For all that, I might as well be black and recognize that corruption. They corrupted the people, they corrupted the land. They call the people black, they call the land America. So I'm gonna stand on the corruption? Or am I gonna be competent enough to recognize the proper term, which is Morocco or Al-Marak? But you don't see Al-Marak in the treaties. What you see is Morocco. But I can I can roll without Morocco though. I don't have a problem without Morocco, but all I'm saying is that it's not in the treaties. Does that answer your question? What I'm saying, brother?
Yes, definitely. Thank you for that.
It's not. Go ahead, sister.
The gift cemented a friendship begun when Morocco became one of the first nations to recognize the newly independent United States. The kingdom had opened its ports to American ships in 1777 and
That
signed
thought. Don't gloss over that? Did y'all hear that? Did
Listen,
y'all recognize the BS that she just read? That the sister just read?
the kingdom.
Exactly. Between 1777 and 1786, it wasn't no daggone kingdom. It was the empire.
Empire, that's right.
We're trying to stay away from the truth. Go ahead, sister. So it says, hold on. It says the kingdom had opened. So let's remove that and say the empire. So chapter 47, circle 7, Quran. The Moabites are the founders and true possessors of the Moroccan Empire. He didn't say Moorish Americans, and he certainly didn't say America. He said the Moabites, and the Moabites are the modern name for the Moabites is Moroccans. That's question 31 in the 101s. What is the modern name for the Moabites? The answer is Moroccan. So circle 7 says the Moabites are the founders and true possessors of the present Moroccan Empire. Because in modern day terms, we are the Moroccans. This is too easy. So let's say, and let's omit the word kingdom and let's put the proper term there, shall we? The empire had opened its ports to Americans or American ships. So if we're Moorish Americans, why would we open the ports to ourselves? If we are Americans, why would we open the ports to ourselves? The empire had opened its ports to American ships, the foreign Americans. They are the Americans. We are Moroccans. Go ahead, sister.
The kingdom had, I apologize. The empire.
Okay. Good. I'm sorry. I apologize. Go ahead.
That's right. The empire, truthfully, had opened its ports to American ships in 1777 and signed a treaty of peace in 1786. These initial ties held fast for the next 10 generations.
A diplomatic post.
A diplomatic post for a record 140 years. The American legation.
Hold on a second. Did I do something wrong? Oh, my bad. It's where it says after 2 centuries. My bad. I apologize. Let me roll it down. Okay, go ahead. After two centuries. You see it right here? Okay.
Yes. Islam. After 2 centuries of service and symbolism, the American Legation National Historic Landmark in Tanger requires extensive restoration and rehabilitation. Under the aegis of the Tanger American Legation
It's Tangier.
Tangier.
Yeah.
Landmark Tangier requires extensive restoration and rehabilitation. Under the aegis of the Tangier American Legation Institute for Moroccan Studies, Talim. It has served since 1976 as a cultural center, museum, and research library, and as a training venue for U.S. Peace Corps volunteers. It is on every tourist and scholar's itinerary. 2 centuries and 27 stars after our flag was first raised over its storied walls. The structure and site need help, including.
All right. I'll skip past that part. Let's go over here to where it says a diplomatic post for a record of 140 years. You see what I'm talking about on the left side?
From 1820s to the 1950s. 56.
You're gonna have to start over because I think you were speaking and you weren't coming through. Say it again.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay. Start from the beginning.
Right.
Okay, a diplomatic post for a record 140 years. The American legation served as both a U.S. embassy, consultant, and official residence of the U.S.
Consulate. That says consulate.
consulate
Mhm.
and official residence of the U.S. ambassador to the Kingdom of Morocco in the walled city from the 1820s to the 1956. It served as a consulate until
Consulate.
consulate
Yeah.
consulate until 1961. It came to symbolize the long history of Moroccan American diplomatic, trade, and security cooperation. During World War II, the legation housed the largest U.S. diplomatic mission in North Africa. Its association with Operation Torch under Dwight D. Eisenhower's command in the Office of Strategic Services, directed by Wild Bill Donovan, added military and intelligence facets to the building's diplomatic and cultural legacy. In 1949, the Tangier legation was one of the first foreign service posts to host a U.S. Marine Security Guard detachment. In recognition of its historic importance, the legation earned a unique distinction in 1982 as the only foreign site to be designated as U.S. National Historic Landmark.
Gratitude for that, sister. So, as you see, the American legation served as both a U.S. embassy, consulate, and official residence of the U.S. ambassador to the Empire of Morocco in the walled city from the 1820s to 1956. After 1956 is when it became the kingdom. But you're already calling it a kingdom during the years of 1820s to 1956. This is egregious. But we see the trickery. That's discernment. But see, you wouldn't pick up on that if you don't know the history. That's why understanding the historical events that took place, which shaped international law today, is very important, especially as it relates to our situation, which it specifically deals with our situation, by the way, because Moroccan law, international law, is based in Moroccan law. So it goes on to say it served as a consulate until 1961. It came to symbolize, so it was a consulate for the Americans in Morocco, which means that Morocco would then be the receiving state. The empire would be the receiving state, and America was the sending state. Great Britain was the sending state. France, Russia, China, etc. Well, I don't think China was part of the they were part of the multilateral treaty. You see China in there as one of the parties of interest, etc. Right? So they all had a post in Morocco as foreign governments. So the American legation is one of them. So are you telling me then that we, as Moors or Moorish Americans, had a post in Morocco as the United States of America because the United States of America belongs to us? That's asinine. The United States of America was a foreign country as Americans who had a post over here. We didn't land on Planet Rock. Planet Rock landed on us. And this is the story as to how. So Malcolm X didn't qualify that statement, but that's what he meant. So this entire read not only shows what I'm trying to, not only shows what I'm trying to show you, that the original concept of the United Nations is the diplomatic body in Tangier under the empire. But I'm also showing you in this read that we are the Moroccans, they are the Americans, therefore we cannot be Moorish Americans. It came to symbolize the long history of Moroccan-American diplomatic, trade, and security cooperation. So are you saying that we were Moorish Americans going against each other, like, or working with each other, working with ourselves, because we're the Moors and the Americans? So we were working with ourselves to create a long history of diplomatic trade and security cooperation? That doesn't make any sense. Them and us, the foreigners and the Moroccans, the foreign Americans and the indigenous Moroccans, had a long history of diplomatic trade and security cooperation. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that the general population of Morocco was down with it. These were political moves being conducted by the empire, by the government. However, the people may or may not have known, or if they knew, they may not necessarily agree with it. This is why, as we pointed out in the French Protectorate, there were uprisings and all types of rebels popping out of nowhere. This is why George Washington, in his letter to the Sultan, he said, I regret the hostilities from the regencies that we didn't do nothing to, or something like that, right? The regencies were under attack by the regencies. Who were the regencies? Well, those were the Moors, the Moroccans, who weren't really having it. And they were, terrorizing the foreign Americans. Two different, distinct group of people, nations. The United States of America and its nationals, who are Americans, and the Empire of Morocco and its nationals, who are Moroccans. Man, it's just that simple. All right. Another example of a legation. We're just going to read these two paragraphs. Go ahead, sister, if you will. Can you see it? Do I need to increase the?
Yes, just a bit.
Is that good?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. As an evening on the housetop, Tangier, Lot 58, that Lavery returns to a familiar scene in the depiction of the Moorish flag posted on the German legation, Tangier.
Hold that right there. We ain't gonna just roll past that. As an evening on the housetop, Tangier, Lot 58, Lavery returns to a familiar scene in the depiction of the Moorish flag, hoisted on the German legation, Tangier, the original United Nations. And the German legation had a Moorish flag hoisted on their building. You can continue, sister. A small upright
view of the souk from the roof of the Hotel Continental, produced on his first visit to Tangier in 1891, provides the first example of works of this type. The composition in the Moorish flag hoisted on the German legation, Tangier, is almost identical to the marketplace, Tangier, Lavery's most important Moroccan scene, shown at his exposition at the Goupil Gallery, Merchant and Company in 1908, number 43, and illustrated in the Art Journal, 1908, P233, ACR. Carter's rich description of this work could equally be applied to the present example. In the swirl of movement and life, he wrote, the crowd lives and breathes in the foreground, in middle distance against a noble and reposeful fall of buildings on the rising hill, whilst beyond stretching the belt of cool blue sea. A further view of the marketplace, probably painted on the same day in 1920 from the same vantage point, turning a little to the right, exists. This second canvas is less finished than the present example. Few of the Tangier market scenes are more colored than this celebratory Tory canvas discipline. Oh my gosh, I can't see. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's getting blurred. This celebratory canvas is it depicting the military parade and the closure of the German legation after the Great War. The reeds of the uniforms of the Guard of Honor match with that of the flag, are echoed in rooftops and other bright notes of color across the canvas.
Okay, you can stop right there. And by the way, before we continue reading, do you need to do we need to switch to a different reader? You said you're having problems seeing, said it's blurry or something, or?
It becomes after a certain point because you're just staring into I think my screen might be too bright, maybe.
Okay. All right. So we're not going to go any further with this read. It's not really, it's just to point out that there was such a thing as a German legation. But the important thing to take away from here is that the legation, the German legation had a Moorish flag hoisted on, right? Then it goes on to say a further view of the marketplace, probably painted on the same day in 1920 from the same vantage point, turning a little to the right, exists. The second canvas is less finished than the present example. Few of the Tangier market scenes are more colored than this celebratory canvas depicting the military parade and the closure of the German legation after the Great World War. The Great War, right? So it's the history of the closure of the German legation during the time of 1920. Up here it says most important Moroccan scene known as this at his exhibition at the Goupil Gallery. So it was a Moroccan scene. So what does a Moroccan scene look like during these years? This is it right here. That's the painting. So you see that was the German legation, and you see the flag hoisted above it. And all these Moroccans, look at all this brown colored people, these brown colored peoples, and all the Moorish buildings, right? You don't know this history. You're about to learn a day though. So that was the diplomatic body in Tangier. Each colonist had a post, a legation. And America had their own legation. So clearly, the Moors did not have an American legation in Morocco. That wouldn't even make any sense. The foreign Americans had a American legation over here on our land in Morocco. I hope I made that point clear, even though that wasn't even the point of this particular lesson. We're just going over, we're about to get ready to go into the charter. But it was just also important to point that out since it's being exposed in the reading. I mean, it's being exposed. It's not even, that wasn't even the intentions. But a lot don't make mistakes, do we? All right, how's your screen, sister? Do you want to read, or do I need to get another volunteer to read this here, the League of Nations?
I think I can hold it down for now. Start at the League of Nations.
Yeah.
Okay. The League of Nations was the first worldwide intergovernmental organization whose principal mission was to maintain world peace. It was founded on 10 January 1920 by the Paris Peace Conference that ended the First World War. The main organization ceased operations on 20 April 1946 when many of its components were relocated in the new United Nations. As the template for modern global governance, the League profoundly shaped the modern world.
Okay, hold that thought. Somebody raised their hands. Somebody North Star. You got a question?
Brother North,
Mm-hmm.
and to say that I'd be willing to relieve the noble of the reading when they would like to yield. I just need it enlarged. I'm one of your readers. I'm volunteering for that.
Okay. When the sister gets tired, she'll yield to you. Thank you, brother.
Islam.
Oh, thank you. He can take over. I'm gonna go get me some water. Thank
Okay.
you.
Go ahead, brother.
I kind of sense. Is there a way you can enlarge that a little bit? My eyes can't pick up all of it.
Is that good or more?
Yeah, one a little bit more. Okay, and then what sentence did she last leave off on?
The
Point of privilege.
Huh?
You can enlarge it yourself, brother. No Star.
I can.
yeah,
Yes,
on your
sir.
own screen.
Just pinch it.
Yeah, I'm pinching it. It's not enlarging. But what I see, I can work with. Um, I will start with it was founded. How about that?
Start with the League of Nations. Just start from the beginning.
League of Nations. Okay. The League of Nations was the first worldwide intergovernmental organization whose principal mission was to maintain world peace. It was founded on 10th of January 1920 by the Paris Peace Conference that ended the First World War. The main organization ceased operation on the 20th of April 1946 when many of its components were relocated into the new United Nations. As the template for modern global governance, the League profoundly shaped the modern world. The League's primary goals were stated in its covenant. They included preventing wars through collective security and disarmament and settling international disputes through negotiations and arbitration. Its other concerns
Hold that
included,
thought. Hold
yeah,
that thought real quick. So you see what it. So this is the League of Nations goals, right? Was the it included preventing wars through collective security and disarmament and settling international disputes through negotiation and arbitration, peaceful settlement, because use of force is outlawed, right? And so I'm pointing this out because that's essentially what the WRC is undertaking, right? We have to settle a dispute with the foreign United States, and to do so, we have to go through arbitration, mediation, conciliation before we even get the judicial settlement. We have to engage them in peaceful diplomatic relations. This is the reason why Prophet Noble Drew Ali impressed upon us that we must learn to love instead of hate, because a hateful mind and a hateful heart cannot engage in diplomatic relations. A hateful mind and a hateful heart cannot put the ignore the atrocities that we experienced by the United States and focus on the task at hand, which is decolonizing. If you want revenge on the colonists, there's no better revenge than taking back control of your courts in your jurisdiction on your land. taking it out of their hands and putting it in our hands. That's how you get revenge on them. You don't enslave them. You don't hang them. You take back control and put them in check. But in order to make that happen, it comes with diplomatic relations. That's why one of the symbols of the Moorish temple, as instituted by the prophet, was the handshake that you see, the uniting of Asia. And one hand was a melanated hand, and the other hand was a pale hand. That symbolizes the treaty of peace and friendship. We have to get back into peace and friendship because we're cohabitating. But the idea is for us to be governing the affairs of the empire, not them governing it, and certainly not them governing us. We govern ourselves, we govern them, we govern the empire. So to get there, we have to go through the arduous task of decolonization, which means we have to adhere to the due process of law. Mediation, arbitration, conciliation, and then judicial settlement. Islam, you may continue, brother.
Point of interest.
Yeah.
It seems that after the World War II is when they came into this understanding that they just cannot go through this anymore. And that's when these processes began. I remember because my father, World War II was the Korean War, and my father was in that war. And I believe that's when these processes began. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I mean, that's what it's saying here. Yes, after the war. And the reason why is because it's violating the act of Algeciras.
Yes, yes. So it's saying that here, but it's not making it clear which war and who and with who. I'm just coloring that part in for
Islam, understood. But the real takeaway here, what you need to really take away from this is those wars violated the act of Algeciras.
Yes.
Because the act of Algeciras was based in the reforms to establish peace and security in Morocco. And so if you're having war, then you don't have peace and security. So that's why they came with the League of Nations to be in line with the principles of the treaty, the act of Algeciras. Make sense?
Yeah. They pulled them back out. Let's do this instead of that.
Mm-hmm.
I will proceed. Its other concerns included about conditions, just treatment of native inhabitants, human and drug trafficking, the arms trade, global health, prisoners of war, and protection of minorities in Europe. The Covenant of the League of Nations was signed on the 28th of June, 1919, as part one of the Treaty of Versailles, and it became effective with the rest of the treaty on the 10th of January, 1920.
Okay, hold that thought right there real quick.
Got it.
Okay, so when it says here, they included preventing wars through collective security and disarmament. When it says disarmament, again, that's to be in line with the act of Algeciras. The Moors were supposed to take back control of the arms on planet Earth, enforce disarmament, so that and take control over the weapons of war, to then bring forth peace and security in Morocco, right? So again, the League of Nations was established to be in line with the Act of Algeciras. It was spearheaded, if you will, by the French government after the Treaty of Fez of 1912. This was in 1920. Right? Its other concerns included labor conditions, just treatment, and native inhabitants, human and drug trafficking, the arms trade, global health, prisoners of war, and protections of minorities in Europe. So, you see that? Not only were there minorities in America, but there's also minorities in Europe. There's subjugated Moors in America, there's subjugated Moors in Europe. Any subject of Morocco who has been naturalized in a foreign country must choose between entire submission to the laws of the empire. So
Point of privilege. Question is,
the
United
executive
States.
director.
Point of
Well,
privilege. My question is, wouldn't the United States also be considered a European country?
That's exactly correct. In Europe, and the United States is considered a European country because it's part of what?
NATO.
There you go. North Atlantic Trade Organization. Great point, Executive Director. Thank you very much. So that's the problem. There's minorities all over planet Earth. It ain't just here. But how do you become the majority? How you become part of the majority, the competent few? 3 branches of government. Self-governance. Those minorities are living in, or they domicile in territories that are non-self-governing territories because the indigenous peoples, the native inhabitants, as you see up here, have not reached a full measure of self-governance. So now it's being, not the colonists are being the administrators or acting as administrators of those non-self-governing territories. So what we said was, time out, pump the brakes. We don't need you to be administrators over us. How about we exercise our right to self-determination and govern ourselves? And from there came AMPAG, AMPAC, New Mecca, Maru, AMPAM, Serum, and a few others who are working on their constitution or have already worked on our constitution and are actually working on accessions and things to be recognized as the 8th, 9th, 10th state within the WRC. All right, brother, you may continue. The Covenant of the League of Nations.
The Covenant of the League of Nations was signed on 28th of June, 1919, as part of the Treaty of Versailles, and it became effective with the rest of the treaty on the 10th of January, 1920. Australia was granted the right to participate as an autonomous member nation, marking the start of Australian independence on the global stage. Point of interest, question.
Yeah.
There was a time when all the nations had signed the Universal Declaration of Independence and Indigenous Rights, except Canada, Australia, United States, and Canada. So this part here confuses me that they got their independence. I yield.
I don't think I understood what it is that you were saying, and it sounds like it was actually a statement. Could you be a little bit more clear on what you were saying?
Yeah. When the Declaration of Indigenous Rights and Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the charters were first created, all the nations signed them except Canada, United States, Australia, and I forgot what else I said. Australia and Canada, United States, Australia, and there's another country. But I'm seeing here where Australia was granted right to participate in an autonomous member nation.
Right. And so what are you saying?
That just confuses me. That just confuses me that some other information I got was that there was only 4 holdouts on the signing of that. And then here they are, they've been granted Australia's independence was granted independence, became an autonomous member nation. And that was 1920. That was 1920. All right. So that's just, I'm
So I
just
think
saying that confuses me right there.
well, yeah. Well, we're talking about 2 different charters. One is the covenant, which is the League of Nations, and then the other thing that you're talking about is the charter under the United Nations. But I think what you're saying is that so they were granted the independence, but then they don't want to cooperate with the indigenous peoples so that they can be granted their independence. I think that's what you're saying.
Ditto. That's
Well,
exactly
there's
what
no
I'm.
different in the United States. It was Morocco who granted them their independence. So then now it's your turn now to work with the Moroccans, and you don't want to sign that. So it's the same thing. But it was signed by Obama. What they did not do, however, was ratify it through the Senate to make it
Correct.
law for the state, for the United States. They just signed it in good faith.
What a privilege.
Yes.
Obama was trying to tell us to read treaties, and that it was the Muslim man and the Mohammedans.
Article 11 of the Treaty of Tripoli.
Correct.
That's what he was quoting. He exposed a lot in that speech. You may continue, brother. Yes, please.
Australia was granted the right to participate as an autonomous member nation, marking the start of Australian independence on the global stage. The first meeting of the Council of the League took place on the 16th of January, 1920. And at the first meeting of the Assembly of the League took place on the 15th of November, 1920. In 1919, U.S. President Woodrow Wilson won the Nobel Peace Prize for his role as the leading architect of the League.
Okay, we'll stop right there. We don't go too much further. It's not really about the League of Nations. We just wanted to touch on a brief historical event regarding the League of Nations, because what I'm doing is building up the understanding. So we started with the diplomatic body in Tangier, where you had the foreign countries, European colonists, by the way, who had a post in Tangier under the sovereign authority of the empire and the Sultan. Then it became the League of Nations, because again, it's a culmination of many states coming together in an organization. So the first organization was the diplomatic body. The next one was the League of Nations. And then the final one.
All of this stuff.
What was that?
What is it?
Somebody need to be on mute. Hakeem, could you mute, please?
All of this stuff.
Which brings us to the United Nations Charter, the preamble. Now, we have been taught that the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, and the Illuminati, they put together the United Nations to enslave the world and bring about a new world order. The blue helmet peacekeepers are supposed to come round people up and take them to concentration camps and gas chambers and all this fear mongering based on misinformation. Now, We just read that the goal for the League of Nations was peace and security. So that's what their covenants say. Let's take the time to read the preamble to the United Nations Charter and see what they say about themselves, about what the United Nations is all about. It's one thing what Jordan Maxwell may have said, or David Icke, or whatever Moorish American teacher, or whatever conscious black dude on YouTube might have said. Let's read what they say, what their documents is what's being stated in their documents that can be used to hold them accountable for it. Because if you're saying one thing and you're doing something else, well, in international law, that's not going to stand, right? Want to see what they say. And based on what they say, we will be able to determine if Jordan Maxwell, David Icke, Loose Change, whatever Moorish teacher, whatever black dude, or whoever, whatever, on YouTube these past 20 years, let's confirm what they said about the United Nations versus what the United Nations documents say about what their operation is. Please read the preamble, good brother. We the people.
We, the peoples of the United Nations, determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, which twice in our lifetime has brought untold sorrow to mankind, and to reaffirm faith in fundamental human rights, in the dignity and worth of the human person, in the equal rights of men and women and of nations, large and small, and to establish conditions under which justice and respect for the obligations arising from treaties and other sources of international law can be maintained, and to promote social progress and better standards of life and larger freedom. And for these ends, to practice tolerance and live together in peace with one another as good neighbors, and to unite our strength to maintain international peace and security, and to ensure by the acceptance of principles and the institution of methods that armed force shall not be used save in the common interest, and to employ international machinery for the promotion of the economic and social advancement of all peoples, have resolved to combine our efforts to accomplish these aims. Accordingly, our respective governments, through representatives assembled in the city of San Francisco, who have exhibited their full powers found to be in good and due form, have agreed to the present charter of the United Nations, and do hereby establish an international organization to be known as the United Nations.
Islam.
Islam.
Now, I got a question for the floor. Did you hear anything about being taken into custody? Did you hear anything dealing with gas chambers?
Nothing.
Did you hear anything? Did you hear the term New World Order? Did you hear the term Rothschild or Rockefeller in the preamble?
No.
Did you hear anything dealing with concentration camps in the preamble? Did you
No.
hear anything dealing with slavery in the preamble? So
Nope.
while listening to these people, but more importantly, why are these people teaching that? Where did they get it from? And why are they teaching that? Because if we take advantage of that language, we shall overcome. So we've been kept away from it they, in our minds, they made the United Nations the boogeyman. Now, there's a lot that needs to be broken down just with the preamble. So let's go little by little. We, the peoples of the United Nations, determine to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, which twice in our lifetime has brought untold sorrow to mankind. That's World War I, World War II, right? It starts off already talking about peace. So why are we talking about slavery and taking away the freedom of the people on planet Earth? The world is supposed to be this big prison planet. Isn't that what was that fool name? What's his name?
Planet Prison. Name ain't coming to me right now.
Like
Portland,
Alex.
Portland man.
What's his name?
Jones. Alex Jones.
Alex Jones. There we go.
Alex Jones. Yeah.
Right. This isn't a prison planet. That's disinformation by design. See, the FBI already, the CIA has I forgot the operation where they create conspiracy theories to get people off the truth of what's what, and they pump it into the population. So these are agents who's coming in, misinforming the people, pumping fear in the people. But it's really an attack on the Moors.
Peace, Wazir.
Yes.
I think when people getting that prison planet story, they getting it from the Sumerian text from the Anunnaki. When people talk about Nibiru, the planet supposed to be the planet where we have the most resources, that from the minings of the gold and the stuff like that. A lot of people like Alex Jones and Dr. Malachi York, and a lot of people get that from the Sumerian text of our ancient knowledge. So that's where that story always come from.
Islam. Yes. Malachi York spoke on that as well. The mothership. What's the mothership? See, we've been thinking they made a. See, we got. Oh man, it's a lot of signs and symbols, coded messages that were being given to us without us recognizing it. When they talk about the mothership, when the prophet talk about the apparatus that he's coming in and all this kind of stuff, it's not speaking about no alien spaceship. That's what we're thinking. It's not an alien spaceship. Can somebody use just a little bit of common sense? Think about it and tell me what a ship is. I'll give you a hint to help you out. The people create the ship.
Point of interest, some of the planets can be ships.
The ship is your state.
States can be ships.
It's going to protect you from the cares of the world, which is the what do you call those waters? It's aggressive and stuff. That's the United States jurisdiction. The ship is the state. The mothership is the empire. The empire strikes back with the empire. The empire is the grand mothership. And all the several governments, all the Moxons, those are the other little ships. So when you see these sci-fi movies, like let's say the Star Wars film, you had the Death Planet. That was a spaceship, right? That was the mothership, and from it you had all these little ships that would, fly around and come in and come out. Those are the state governors, the Moxons.
The matriarchal council.
What was that?
So the matriarchal council, unity, our statehood, everybody coming back together. That's the mothership. The matriarchal council.
Well, the matriarchal council only represents one part of the government. That would be the legislative branch. It's not the matriarchal council by itself, it's the state as a whole, which is composed of all three branches, the executive, judicial, and the legislative branch. But yes, the matriarchal council is involved in it, and she has been brought back into power through the legislative branch to reaffirm faith in fundamental human rights. So if they're reaffirming faith in fundamental human rights, then that means that they're not seeking to do what? Enslave the world. In the dignity and worth of the human person, and the equal rights of men and women and of nations, large and small. So it doesn't matter how small, let's say, AMPAG is, you still have state rights and human rights that the world must adhere to and respect. Period. This is why the number of your population is irrelevant. Because you might have 10,000 and somebody else might have 10 million. So what? It's still a state. It doesn't change the fact that you're a state. To establish conditions under which justice, isn't that one of our 5 principles? The last of our 5 principles. To establish conditions under which justice and respect for the obligations arising from treaties, pacta servanta, agreements must be kept. That's the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties. Obligations arising from the treaties. So the United States has an obligation arising from the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, the Treaty of Madrid, and the Act of Algeciras. And we shall hold them accountable to it. That's how you enforce treaties, through your state. Not as an individual in the court saying, the Treaty of Peace and Friendship said this and that and the third. It's not how it works. That's the incompetent minority way of doing things. To establish conditions under which justice and respect for the obligations arising from treaties and other sources of international law can be maintained. Not just treaties, but other sources of international law. Those would be things such as resolutions, conventions, agreements, etc. To promote social progress and better standards of life in larger freedom. Prison planet. So he told us that the planet is going to be in prison, but the preamble says standards of life in larger freedom. The preamble is saying the exact opposite. So some fool want to go on Dr. G and say, oh, you don't want to deposit or do anything. You don't want to work with the United Nations. Okay, well then who you going to work with? The United States directly? Wait, okay, so let me get this straight. You plan on taking the United States to court, but the court that you're going to take them to is their federal courts. Oh, good luck with that. And for these ends to practice tolerance and live together in peace with one another as good neighbors. So the Moors, regardless on all your hatred and all your belligerence and all your whatever that you feel for the colonists, you can't do nothing about it in terms of violence, bruh. You can't hang them. You can't enslave them. You can't do any of that. So then that means that there's only one thing left for you to do: diplomatic relations. And in order for you to engage the colonists with diplomatic relations, you have to learn to love instead of hate. Love, truth, peace, freedom, justice. You can't operate from the opposite of that. What's the opposite? What's the opposite of love? Hate, opposite of truth. Lies, opposite of freedom. Slavery, right? Peace, wars. And the opposite of justice is being unjust. We'll never get the empire back with that attitude because the charter forbids it. But why does the charter forbids it? Where does the charter get its ideas from? Where does the charter get its perspective from? Well, I'm gonna continue reading the preamble, and I'm gonna continue breaking certain things down. And when I get to that point, I'm gonna take you to where it's coming from. To unite our strength to maintain international peace and security. Well, there we are. Well, there we are. So it says to unite our strength to maintain international peace and security. Okay. All right. Let's go back to the preamble to the Act of Algeciras. Where is it? Where's the beginning of it? Right here. Inspired by the interest attaching itself to this reign of order. So to establish peace and security, you got to reign in order, right? There you go. Inspired by the interest attaching itself to the reign of order, peace, and prosperity in Morocco. And recognizing that the attainment thereof can only be effected by means of the introduction of reforms based upon the triple principles. So what was the objective of the Act of Algeciras? Okay, it was to reign in order to establish peace and prosperity in Morocco. Right? So what did they say here? To unite our strength, maintain international peace and security. It doesn't say peace and prosperity, it says peace and security. Now, when you continue reading, can only be affected by means of the introduction of reforms based upon the triple principles of the sovereignty and independence of His Majesty the Sultan, the integrity of his domains, and economic liberty without any inequality, have resolved upon the invitation of His Sharifian Majesty to call together a conference at Algeciras for the purpose of arriving at an understanding upon the said reforms, as well as examining the means for obtaining the resources necessary for their application, and have appointed as their delegates plenipotentiary the following. It's all about administrative reforms to bring about peace and security, peace and prosperity. So the establishment of the United Nations in and of itself was an administrative reform. That's where the actual charter itself comes from. That the charter itself is based in administrative reform. So it's in line with the Act of Algeciras. It's doing as the Act of Algeciras said for you to do. Because the world is Morocco. And so the Act of Algeciras was calling for peace and security and prosperity in Morocco. And so the United Nations is adhering to that ruling. So was the League of Nations. By governing the affairs of states. That's why you would hear that states are subjects of international law. Right? So it has to govern the affairs of the states under international law. There's got to be rules of engagement for the states. Without that, you'll have a lot of belligerents and everybody doing whatever they want to do. Wars and things. So it's trying to save the world from the scourge of war that happened twice in our lifetime. Don't get me wrong, there's still wars that have taken place since then. These wars are primarily being exercised by the 5 Security Council members: France, Great Britain, United States, Russia, China. And they all have veto power. And that veto power gives them a sense of immunity. And the only reason why they're able to continue that way is because the empire is not in place under the authority of the true Moroccans. Not Arab Moroccans. Not Arab Moroccans, not pale Arab Moroccans, but the true indigenous melanated Asiatics of the world, specifically the Moors of the Maghrib, Al-Aqsa, the West, us, Islam. This is why you have to believe. Come to the mindset of Neo when he got to the point when he got to know that he was the one. Luke Skywalker when he defeated Darth Vader. He started believing in himself as the one. We have to believe in Moroccan law. We have to believe in the process. We have to believe in our states. We have to believe in our treaties. We have to believe in the movement, have faith and patience. Because I'll say it again, we did not lose the empire overnight, so we will not get it back overnight. Go ahead, brother. What would you asking?
I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Well, I apologize for continuing on with you. I was mid-sentence. All right. To ensure by the acceptance of principles and the institution of methods that armed force shall not be used save in the common interest, and to employ international machinery for the promotion of the economic and social advancement of all peoples. Right? The upliftment of fallen humanity. They recognize that humanity is in shambles. Keep it in mind that the Europeans, the colonists, took part in the enactment of the United Nations. Woodrow Wilson got a Nobel Peace Prize for being the architect, right, of the League of Nations. He had his hands in that. The United States had their hands in the United Nations and also the League of Nations. The colonists themselves. The light has raised his hands. What's up, El Luz? You got something, brother?
Yes, brother. For the privilege. We could write reforms to stop the Security Council, correct?
Yes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. See, this decolonization game chess match that we are engaging in the United States in is not limited to just the United States at all. We're going after that seat at the United Nations, sir. The time has come for the Moroccans of the West to take their place in the affairs of men, take their seat. What's our seat? Well, it's certainly not the seat at the United States Congress or the U.S. presidency. Like we're gonna take the United States government and it's our government, and no, misinformation. Our seat is at the Security Council. That's the authority of the Security Council.
Hey,
Chairman, I have a point of interest.
Yes. Yes. Go ahead, Akil. He's the wazir and the president of the trusteeship council. Go ahead, bro.
I just wanted to read a paragraph from this book about the United Nations. It's touching on a few things that's been brought up tonight. It says that, and I'll read the title of the book after I read this paragraph, but it says the notion of trusteeship was first internationalized under Article 22 of the Covenant of the League of Nations by applying a limited fashion to colonies and territories detached from Germany and Turkey of World War I. Under the guise of quote unquote civilizing mission, the so-called advanced nations argued that they had quote unquote tutelage over colonial subjects. The League of Nations mandate system, in short, was founded on a paternalistic and racist effort to prolong colonialism indefinitely while thwarting a robust supervisory role for the international organization. And then so I'll just finish reading off. I want to expound on what it said right there, but I'll finish reading. It says, in the words of Ernest B. Haas, the mandate system presented merely a compromise between the clashing imperial powers of Great Britain and France, who sought to remove friction between them by recourse to symbolic internationalization. Colonized people were viewed as backwards and unfit for independence, while under the guise of quote unquote gradual development, colonial states maintained a quote unquote sacred trust of responsibilities for colonial subjects under their rule. This meant that non-Europeans were quote unquote not only intelligible for the right to self-determination and independence, there was not even a promise on the horizon. And it goes to speak on some other things, but about how the trusteeship system or the United Nations as a whole, really, how it transitioned from the League of Nations and that not being sturdy enough to end colonialism to having to implement Article 22 in the League of Nations, and also other provisions and articles in the United Nations Charter to further instill that colonialism will end, unlike how the United Nations or the League of Nations tried to initiate. But so it went on to say that the trusteeship system, though we have all these colonial powers coming together after World War I, World War II, of course, they're colonial powers. We got to keep that in mind.
Right.
That, there still raises question, and this raised the mindset and further questions is why the Moorish Americans think how they think, saying, the United Nations would never do anything. They're the Rothschilds, Illuminati, and all this type of stuff. When in truth, that perspective is immature, but it's more mature to think that the colonial powers that have come together under United Nations, who are striving to work to decolonize as the United Nations, and according to this book, have utilized the trusteeship system. Now I'm speaking on past experiences of the trusteeship system of the United Nations. They have utilized the trusteeship system to say, hey, okay, where are the groups of people that want to decolonize? Okay, well, we have to do what the charter says, which is assist them, right? They also utilize the same coin on the other side to say, okay, we'll pinpoint these Moors or these people and we'll stop them. And so there was a double-sided coin that has still basically gave rise to many conversations today as to why the Security Council is doing what they're doing, why Africa hasn't gotten the independence they deserve, et cetera, in which that it all boils not only down to us, because the United Nations is on this landmass for the most part, being that they're an organization in several Moroccan states. And once several Moroccan states get several Moroccan laws established, organizations got to respect the laws of that state, nonetheless the empire. So in several ways, it's chess moves being made, as you iterated throughout the night. But I did want to speak on that paragraph because it does touch base on the mindset of Moorish Americans and people who don't consider themselves Moorish Americans, who have questions and concepts, perspectives as to the United Nations being this and this and that. The trusteeship system closing down in 1994, or at least temporarily. So there's many questions and perspectives of why that is, in which, again, we have to remember that even a sultan was a colonizer. So we got all these colonial powers that have really no choice but to respect the unwavering principle more and more and more, and it stops and starts with us establishing these states, because as I just reiterated, the United Nations is here. So the actual reformation will be based off of what the WRC does to with its capacity, and the trusteeship council that it oversees with its capacity to basically reform what the United Nations couldn't reform, so we can take it further.
Yes, well.
So I yield with that.
Excellent. I appreciate that point of interest. What does article, could you remind me in that paragraph, what were they linking Article 22 to? Because I'm pulling it up. This is the League of Nations right here, and we're going to read Article 22. What were they?
Could Brother Akil just make reference to the title of that book, please?
Yes, 1 second.
Okay, I'll first read what Article 22 insinuated at, and then I'll briefly speak on what the Moore just asked, which I didn't hear clearly, but the article about Article 22 is first said the notion of trusteeship was first internationalized under Article 22. So they basically saying that the trusteeship system was first internationalized within their Article 22 of the League of Nations, and then it grew more in the United Nations was formed.
Okay, got it. That's all I needed, good brother. Now, could you repeat your question, sir?
Islam. No, I was just asking for the title of the book, the literature from which you was reading.
No, brother, Nasir.
Islam, brother. Good to hear from you again.
Good to hear from you. What was the name of the title of that book, Akil?
It's called The United Nations Trusteeship System, Legacies, Continues, and Change, edited by Jan Ludert, Maria Kaczmarek, and Julius Hayes.
Could you put that in the chat, the title?
Yeah.
Appreciate that. So this is from Yale Avalon University, the Covenant of the League of Nations, the high contracting parties. So I'm going to read the preamble to it, then I'm going to go to Article 22 and see what they were talking about. The high contracting parties, in order to promote international cooperation and to achieve international peace and security by the acceptance of obligations not to resort to war by the prescription of open, just, and honorable relations between nations, by the firm establishment of the understandings of international law as the actual rule of conduct among governments, and by the maintenance of justice and a scrupulous respect for all treaty obligations in the dealings of organized peoples. See, we have become organized peoples with one another agreed to this covenant of the League of Nations. Then it goes into Article 1. So we see what the preamble said. It's about international peace and security. It's all about international law. So how were we ever expecting to gain liberation from our occupation by utilizing municipal internal United States laws? First of all, we are an international people, and the Moors already know that, right? So that being the case, then why aren't we studying international law to then invoke the principles of international law against the United States? Because treaty is the supreme law of the land, and all the judges and all the representatives are bound to it are bound to it notwithstanding. That's Article 6 of their Constitution. But instead, we're talking about enforce the Constitution and USC Code 18 such and such, UCC whatever, trust, right? I got to trust. I'm a Moorish national now. What? Just because you got to trust doesn't mean you're a Moorish national. Your property is under protections, but your body, If they want you, they're gonna come get you. Go kill somebody under a trust and see what happens. See if your trust can protect you. If you kill somebody under a state, your state can protect you. Your state would have to adjudicate you. The United States can't adjudicate. You can be found driving down the street with a body in the trunk. They can't do nothing. They have no, okay, what are the three jurisdictions that they have to prove before a court can proceed? Personam, subject matter, and territorial jurisdiction. Well, they really, in this case now, as a Moroccan national of a Moroccan state, they can't prove that jurisdiction. They can't prove neither three of those jurisdictions: personam, subject matter, or territorial. Which means they have to release you to your consul general under consular notification and access. And the state has to deal with you for that murder, not the United States.
Thanks for clarifying that.
Yes, because I'm not saying that it's okay to murder. Oh, the Moroccan states will deal with you. But the United States have no authority to deal with you. It's us, it's the Moroccan states. We're governing, we're self-governing. So don't think that you can catch a body and the Moroccan state's gonna save you. Yeah, we'll save you from the grips of the United States, but then you're gonna have to deal with Moroccan law. And I don't think you want to deal with that. Remember that once upon a time, Moroccan law came with beheadings, guillotines, and scimitars. So I don't think you want to deal with the pen, because that's no longer the case. There's no violence allowed, but the pen is what's going to get you. What if we were to rehab and reopen Alcatraz? And that's where we put all the Moors who are killing people and being belligerent, and foreign Americans as well. Or maybe it could just be a Moorish prison. I bet you that reform will cause the Moors to reform, wouldn't it?
Yes.
I bet you that would have the Moors acting upright, wouldn't it? I bet you it would have Black people acting with dignity and respect for themselves, wouldn't it? When they realize that their own would adjudicate them in the strict sense of the law. Article 102, fines, penalties, and confiscations. When they realize that, I bet you they'll start straightening up, wouldn't they? Noble Ali said it best. Moors are hard-headed, stiff necks who won't do nothing until the point of a sword. What's the point of the sword? What's the sword? That's that pen. That's the laws. And then the enforcement of said laws. So we ain't gonna be lenient with you because you are peoples. No. In fact, we're probably gonna be a little bit harder on you. Hey, it's not a threat. It's the law. We have to come back into law. We have to come back into the constitutional fold of government. If we want the empire back, and if we want to keep the empire. Article 22 says, to those colonies, it starts off already pointing them out. To those colonies and territories, which as a consequence of the late war have ceased to be under the sovereignty of the states which formerly governed them, and which are, the sovereignty of the states which formerly governed them. That's the days when the Moors were in the constitutional fold of government. We were the sovereign states that were governing those territories. So let me read that again. To those colonies and territories which, as a consequence of the late war, have ceased to be under the sovereignty of the states which formerly governed them, and which are inhabited by peoples not yet able to stand by themselves under the strenuous conditions of the modern world, there should be applied the principle that the well-being and development of such peoples form a sacred trust of civilization, and that securities for the performance of this trust should be embodied in this covenant. See, and that's where the charter gets its language from, because they also calls it a sacred trust. The best method of giving practical effect of this principle is that the tutelage of such peoples should be entrusted to advanced nations, see that, who by reason of their resources, their experience, or their geographical position can best undertake this responsibility, and who are willing to accept it, and that this tutelage should be exercised by them as mandatories on behalf of the League. The charter of the mandate must differ according to the stage of the development of the people, the geographical situation of the territory, its economic conditions, and other similar circumstances. Certain communities formerly belonging to the Turkish Empire have reached a stage of development where their existence as independent nations can be provisionally recognized, subject to the rendering of administrative advice and assistance by a mandatory, until such time as they are able to stand alone. They must assist them as they go through these varying stages of advancement. That's Article 73 of the Charter. We'll get to that. Maybe not tonight, but we'll get to it. The wishes of these communities must be a principal consideration in the selection of the mandatory. Other peoples, especially those of Central Africa, are at such a stage that the mandatory must be responsible for the administration of the territory under conditions which will guarantee freedom of conscience and religion, subject only to the maintenance of public order and morals, the provision of abuses such as the slave trade, the arms traffic, and the liquor traffic, and the prevention of the establishment of fortification or military and naval bases, and of military training of the natives for other than police purposes in the defense of territory, and will also secure equal opportunities for the trade and commerce of other members of the League. So why is it that we were never taught these things by our spiritual leaders, Grand Sheiks, and Moorish American teachers? There are territories such as Southwest Africa and certain of the South Pacific islands, which, owing to the sparseness of their population, or their small size, or their remoteness from the centers of civilization, or their geographical contiguity to the territory of the mandatory, and other circumstances, can be best administered under the laws of the mandatory as integral portions of its territory, subject to the safeguards above mentioned, in the interest of the indigenous population. They've been talking about the indigenous people. In every case of mandate, the mandatory shall render to the council an annual report in reference to the territory committed to its charge, the degree of authority, control, or administration to be exercised by the mandatory shall, if not previously agreed upon by the members of the League, be explicitly defined in each case by the council. A permanent commission shall be constituted to receive and examine the annual reports of the mandatories and to advise the council on all matters relating to the observance of the mandates. So this is where the Trusteeship Council of the United Nations was born, to assist the inhabitants of territories who have not yet attained self-governance to attain said self-governance and decolonize the territory. This is where it all began. So instead of pointing those truths and facts out to the people, instead, they told us that the Illuminati is going to put us in slavery. That's what they told us. Go ahead, bro.
And also, not only in addition to what you said, but in addition to what I brought to the table earlier, with the whole talk of, the trusteeship council or United Nations in general being racist, being established, or all this type of stuff. 80 countries been decolonized. So with those thoughts and perspectives in coming out of people's mouths, basically it's leading up to the fact that, quote unquote, every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess. If you try to bend law, it's gonna bend you. It's unwavering, it's irrefutable, it's gonna happen. So, it can be all the talks you want, but the fact of the matter is that 80 countries have been decolonized, with more to go. So it really kills any fear mongering, because the same plan that they have for us, all the, what you said earlier, the what you call it, the concentration camps and all that, the fear mongering stuff, it deads that, because they should have the same plans and intentions for them, the same melanated people that we are, all across the world, Moors all across the world, right? So
right.
If it's like that, then why isn't it like that? So yeah, I just want to say that. I yield with that.
I appreciate that. And by the way, he's the brother that was just speaking is the president of the trusteeship council. So as he pointed out, hold on a second. I'm trying to look for something as I'm speaking. As he pointed out, and I'm here to it. As he pointed out, under the trusteeship council of the United Nations, 80 territories have been decolonized. 80 since 1945. Guess who didn't partake in that? Guess who didn't wasn't invited to that party? Guess who wasn't at that party? Us, Morocco. Before I continue, I've seen two people had their hands raised. Go ahead with your point of interest.
So this is Nova. I have my hand raised. So I just wanted to point out that.
Just point of interest.
Okay, so point of interest. Jay has mentioned that there are about 17 states right now that are waiting for assistance from the United Nations to assist with decolonization. And we're just blessed to have Jay, who's been reading the fine line, the fine print, and making sure that we're understanding this process as we go through decolonizing and assisting with the trusteeship system. But what you had asked before was, why haven't we been introduced to this information, and why are we not using this process? Is because it takes a lot of work, and we've been lazy, and that's the main point. I mean, we've been lazy in so many areas. I work my butt off. So does Jay. So does Abdul and Akil and DeAndre and all the other wazirs who are assisting at the WRC. This process is not simple, and there's a lot of tasks that need to happen that require not just one person's pair of eyes, because anyone who thinks they can do this on their own, it's just ridiculous to think. So we all have to be able to do this as a team, so that we're in uniformity, conformity, and not missing anything, because we all look good together, we all look bad together. But this process with the trusteeship system, and the question as to whether or not they were trying to identify the Moors to prohibit them from moving forward, I think, we could focus on what could be a problem, or we could just keep moving forward with our processes that we've put together and not rely on others, and do the best that we can until we hit obstacles, and then we do more research and we find out what we need to do. Basically, what I'm saying is we should not leave our fate up to anyone else but ourselves. We do not have time to sit around and wait for people to tell us what to do anymore. We have to take as many steps as possible to continue to educate ourselves and to put your best foot forward. And we don't have time for excuses anymore. Either you get on the moving train or you're going to get left. And this is what's happening with the WRC. And so as we're working with these states, we're really encouraging everyone to assist each other, because it's not going to get any easier. Pretty soon, as we start building out all of the laws and protections and things that are needed for, required within the state, before we hand those over, you're going to have to understand what they mean and how to utilize these, because you're not just going to fall into statehood expecting everything handed over without actually having the erudition on how to govern your people. So we appreciate each and every one of these individuals that are continuing to get on these calls and follow Abdul and follow the chief's study sessions, because this is really where a difference is going to be made. And it's a small group of us. I mean, you think about 100 people on a weekly basis, and those that are following the AMPAG study sessions now up to 600 subscribers. It's still a drop in the bucket when you think of how many of these other belligerent Moorish Americans who are on blogs and podcasts who have 30,000 plus followers who are being taught all the wrong way. And it's just overwhelming to think about how many of our people are being misled and led astray. And we've got to just continue to do what we need to do and stay focused. And make sure that we're focusing on the tasks at hand that are most important. And with that, I yield the floor.
I'm executive director. Excellent point of interest, and I appreciate those points of interest. Which one of them was one that I was about to get ready to touch on, so it was timely. And yes, I second your notion. Honors and credit and flowers. I'm talking about roses and magnolias, right? To the good brother, the Chief Judge of Consular Court of AMPAG, J. Jermaine Bay, for pointing these things out, so that at least a few of us will go back and follow those reference points and study them to make ourselves approve of the information and those not being told. Right?
Greeting.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry for came in late. This YZ Millmore from Town, and I just want to piggyback on what Empress Nova was saying. Watching the video, what you was just saying. As we watch the videos, even and as we come to the Zoom classes, please have your pen and paper ready and to write down reference and to go back and study, and don't just listen. Just go keep your notes and go back and study. That's very important. I yield.
That's what I'm thinking, Myanmar, which is one of the other Wazirs of the Round Table, the Wazir Regional Council. So, and the thing with the chief is the details in his scholarship to point out the smaller details that matter the most in the grand scheme of things. And what Sister Nova was pointing out is one of them. So 80 territories were decolonized. And by the way, there's reference points for that. 17 of which, 17 as of late, 17 have been put on a waiting list, if you will. Well, like the president of the Trusteeship Council of the WRC pointed out, the Trusteeship Council of the United Nations was shut down in what was it, 1994, Q? And 17, and instead they came with what's called the C24, which is another committee to help with decolonization, and that committee is stagnant, which is why those other 17 territories are still in waiting. So under the wisdom of J. Bay, we said, no, we ain't going for that one. Instead, in our convention, we're going to also create a regional trusteeship system And we are going to assist and work through the due process of decolonization. We're going to control that narrative. We're not going to leave it up to the colonists. We're not going to leave it up to the United Nations. We're not going to leave it up to their trusteeship council. And we're definitely not going to leave it up to the C-24 committee. We're going to do it ourselves. And that's the idea for the regional trusteeship system. That's where that came from. That's where it was born. So the WRC now has the sovereign authority to assist Moors in non-self-governing territories within this particular region, the West, right? And help them in becoming self-governing again, right? Establish their states through this, by way of adhering to the triple principles, right? Sovereignty and independence, integrity of domains, and then economic liberty without any inequality, by writing up a Declaration of Independence and then enacting a constitution and registering those documents with the Secretariat of the United Nations, right? And that's the process, which is not an easy process. It's not an overnight process. So all you Moors who seek an immediate, immediate remedy, especially if you come over here with issues from other processes and you want these states to help with that, no, wrong answer. The answer to that is go back to the person that scammed you. These states are not built for to clean up anyone's past mistakes based on whatever processes that they undertook when they were Moorish Americans. These states and the WRC was not established to fight traffic court, to fight taxes or mortgage issues. This is not what these states and the WRC is for. It's to force decolonization and solve all those problems all at once and for all of humanity, not you and your one individual issue based on your individual process, which is based on the mishmash of the Moorish American procedures. The mindset is all for one for all, not me. Look at what happened to me. Can you help me? Nah, we can't help you. We can help the state. And the state is the people who came together to enact the Constitution, and from there, give powers to the government officials, which is where you find the difference between a state and a government. A state and a government is not the same thing. The state, as the people, the government are the officials that the people elected through the democratic process to represent them and protect them. So it's not about you. Oh, I undertook this Moorish American process to not pay taxes on property taxes, and now they're coming after me to take all my property. Can you help me? The answer is no. The answer to that is undo the process or go pay the taxes. Or whatever it is, go talk to the person that told you to do that. Now, if you want to be selfless, then what you can do is put together some sort of legislation on behalf of the entire state that might be dealing with your issue. So if you have an issue, you put together some type of legislation and make it germane for all the people, but you point out that one particular issue, and then you stand on that issue, but you don't write a writ or an affidavit or some sort of document to save yourself. That's not the name of the game. Whatever that issue is, you point it out in a piece of legislation, a legislative act, to protect the entire state because that one issue being a pain point for you is probably a pain point for everyone else. So you write the document and reflect it in such a way that it protects all the nationals, and then by way of that, you can enforce it. Do you all understand the difference in what I just said? That was a jewel that I just dropped on everybody.
Yes.
This is why the Moorish American mishmash does not mix well with the alkaline water that is statehood and international law. All right. My brother, you've been chilling for a little while. Let me get you back to reading if you don't mind, please. Well, it's 10 o'clock. It's about time to close out. But let's close out with Article 1, and then we'll go into Q&A.
Real quick, brother, I do one point of privilege. Do you do it or do your state do it? You do it through your state.
You do it through your state. But again, okay, I'm glad you asked that. Yes, you do it through the state. The state is who protects the national. But the state can't write the legislation. There's got to be an individual, a human that writes the legislation. And then it's passed through the legislative branch. And legislation is not limited to just the legislative branch. A national can write a bill, but it will be up to the legislative branch to accept it or. But what I'm saying, however, is as we're going through these varying stages of advancement, we don't even have time for that. We got to focus on the administrative reforms that Nova was talking about, the ball forward so that we are able to then force decolonization. That's the focus. You can't veer off that path. You can't come up off of that path to say, okay, we got to help this guy who has a traffic court issue. We got to help this guy who has this tax issue. We can't do that. That's why that's one of the reasons why we ask that those who are coming to their states come in as government officials and not nationals, because government officials can be protected even better than just a regular national at this point as we're going through these varying stages. We're going through the varying stages. And so it's actually incumbent upon the United States to say, okay, Morris, we see what you're doing. We've received all your documents. We've received your Declaration of Independence and your Constitution. And Pacta Servanta, agreements must be kept. Our treaty and charter obligations, right, tells us that we must assist you all as you're going through these varying stages to decolonize your land. How can we help? That's supposed to be what it is, but that's not what they're doing. So now we have to force them to do it. So that battle requires focus and energy and precision and planning, execution. So you don't have but any other issue that any individual is a distraction for that effort. We got to keep pushing forward in that direction. We can't stop taking our eyes off the ball to help this person. Which is, again, it's not like you were already. See, now if you're already in the state and a colonist bring an injury to you, then okay, that's part of the evidence that we're building anyway. That's still part of what we're doing. It's in line with what we're doing. We can always sway, right, in your direction to assist you in that issue, because that colonist brought injury upon the state by bringing injury upon you, who's a national, who was already a national, versus coming from the Moorish American paradigm with issues from that paradigm, which now becomes a burden on the state. That's the difference. Once you've already taken an oath, an allegiance, and injury is brought upon you, it's incumbent upon us to help you regardless of what the hell going on with the state. And if you're bringing it from outside, it's not. We don't have to. That's what the Moors got to get through their heads, because they come up in here with those issues and get disappointed when they get rejected. And they say, "Oh, the statehood don't work." Well, statehood is not what you think it is, obviously, so it's not for you. Or you may course correct and erudite yourself and recognize what it is that we're actually doing, what the end goal is, what the mission and vision is, and get in line with that. Because no one can reject the reference points. No one can reject what we're putting down here, or even what we're doing. Not competently, at least, not with the reference points. See, whatever your argument is, it has to be in line with international law. It has to be the subject matter has to be in the debate. If I'm talking about international law, then the only way for you to reject or refute what I'm saying is by utilizing international law. So you have to find language or information within international law that goes against what we're saying. You can't come with literature. The two don't mix. It's like apples and oranges. You can say, well, Noble did that. Well, Noble ain't law. It was literature. Noble ain't the supreme law of the land. But see, Noble was pointing us to the treaties, nonetheless. Anyway, let's see, what time is it? It's 10:10. Let me get this Article 1 out of the way before we start to close out. So Article 1, let me scroll back up. The purpose of the United Nations are. So now we're going to learn what the purpose is. Okay, so the purpose is 1, to maintain international peace and security. Alex Jones, David Icke, Gordon Maxwell, Loose Change, and whoever else that's calling this thing planet prison or prison planet. And to that end, to take effective collective measures for the prevention and removal of threats to the peace and for the suppression of acts of aggression or other breaches of the peace, and to bring about by peaceful means and in conformity with the principles of justice and international law, adjustment or settlement of international disputes or situations which might lead to a breach of the peace. It's all about the peace. How many times must they say peace? Which is the third of our 5 principles: love, truth, peace. Right? But they would tell you that the United Nations is the level and the established it, and they're going to put everybody in slavery. 2, to develop friendly relations among nations based on respect for the principles of equal rights and self-determination of peoples. That's us and the United States. They're all in itself. To develop friendly relations among nations. So we have the United States based on friendly relations, not belligerence, Morris. Right? To develop friendly relations among nations based on respect for the principles of equal rights and self-determination of peoples. So when you talk about the self-determination of peoples, it's talking about who? The indigenous peoples of the land who have been colonized. Right? And now under uti possidetis juris and the use of friendly relations, that's the only, in the 3 branches of government, that's the only way you can now come into this thing and decolonize. Friendly relations is equivalent to love instead of hate. You got to love instead of hate in order to be able to exercise friendly relations with other nations. It's a higher level of being. It's a higher mindset than mind state or state of mind. It's the higher self. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice is symbolic to the man or the woman operating in their higher self. Whether you're a national or a government official, it doesn't make a difference. It's about you as a person, as an individual. Right? And to take other appropriate measures to strengthen universal peace. 3, to achieve international cooperation in solving international problems of an economic. Everybody got to mute their mic, please. Y'all been doing pretty good at keeping your mics muted too, by the way. Gratitude for that. I used to have problems with that. To achieve international cooperation in solving international problems of an economic, social, cultural, or humanitarian character. and in promoting and encouraging respect for human rights and for fundamental freedoms for all without distinction as to race, sex, language, or religion. Why did we not know that? Because we were dealing with discrimination based in race, sex, language, and religion, especially race and sex and religion and language, actually, because they, the language was corrupted. Like the brother was asking earlier, is in Iraq or Morocco, America corruption for Iraq or Morocco? Maybe, right? But if so, okay, good point. Then why use the corrupted term to identify yourself? Why would you identify yourself, your nationality, with the corrupted term? You might as well say that you're Black. That's a corrupted term. So if you're going to reject that corrupted term, then you should reject the corrupted term known as America and stand on Morocco or Al Morocco. Period. Let's not be stupid. Okay? Let's not be asinine. Let's not be idiotic. Can we exercise the competency that we know we have as a people and stop being foolish? I would appreciate that. Number 4, to be a center for harmonizing the actions of nations in the attainment of these common ends. And with that, we're going to end the read for the charter, which we got a whole lot to go. But now most of the class today was based in building up to the charter. We needed to understand how the charter came into existence and how it is that it's linked to Moroccan law. So it starts off with the diplomatic body in Tangier, which then becomes the League of Nations, right? And then it becomes the United Nations in New York. The League of Nations was established in, where was the League of Nations established? Was it France? I don't think it was France. Where was it done at? It's probably at the bottom in the signature page. France, Denmark, Article 28. If anyone knows, chime in. I don't
And it was San
recall.
Francisco.
Well, San Francisco, that's the United Nations. It's done in San Francisco. And then it moved to New York. One second here. But anyway, as I'm looking for this, we're going to go ahead and start ending and moving on to Q&A. I may have a few questions for y'all, but I still want to yield the floor to you all to bring any questions, comments, or concerns, and what you learned today, or anything else for that matter. I yield.
Islam. I got a comment. What is
Rael?
Yes.
Is that who it is?
Yes, it is.
Islam Qadi, how you doing, good brother?
I'm doing well.
Islam.
While the first sister was reading, she read a part saying the Hotel Continental, and it made me reflect back on art imitating life or life imitating art, because that was an intricate part in John Wick, the movie.
Yeah.
And they had a conference at the Hotel Continental.
They did. They did. In fact, it wasn't that the hotel that those assassins operated out of in the movie.
Exactly.
Right.
It was a safe haven.
It was a safe haven, right? And so what happened? And so in John Wick 3, what happened in that hotel that caused John Wick to get a contract on his head?
He broke the house rule. He murdered someone on the grounds.
Right. Exactly. And who was the only person that could get that contract off his head?
Hot table. Ha ha.
Which was in Morocco.
Yeah.
Exactly. So he had to travel to Morocco and cross the hot burning sand to get to that Moor who got the contract off his head, didn't he?
Islam.
But when he was crossing the hot burning sand, he passed out. And who pulled up on him? And what did he pull up on him in? It was a Moor with a camel.
Yep.
Picked him up, threw him on one of the humps, and brought him to the tent where the other Moor was sitting there with a hookah and a turban on his head. John Wick, what's up, bruh? Chop your finger off if you want that contract off your head. He chopped his ring finger off and he got the contract off his head. Came back to the United States a free man, didn't he?
Islam, sure did.
But throughout the whole movie, as you're watching the movie, all the assassins and all the bosses and all the managers and everybody was white, weren't they?
Yes. Except one, the
Those
concierge.
Right. Well, yeah, you had a couple of black. You had Morpheus, right?
Right.
Holly Berry. In fact, Morpheus and Holly Berry were the ones who helped him get to the Moor in Casablanca.
Exactly.
Morpheus with Neo again. Crazy, man. They tell us all. They code everything in these movies, right? So it was a bunch of white people who was running things, but it turned out that it was actually the Moor behind the scene.
Exactly.
So that makes these people Mamluks, and that's what we see taking place. Mamluks are soldier slaves who may not necessarily be based in war or military combat, but they could also be in a status or capacity of administrators, i.e., a president could be a Mamluk, meaning that there's a man behind, what they call it, a deep state, the shadow government.
All right.
It's not beyond the realms of possibility that the deep state or the ones behind the scenes are Moors. But what type of Moors? British Moors, European Moors. Remember, it was the British Moors that established the United States. So I had a Moor recently tell me, well, how are we not Moorish American if we had 8 Moorish presidents in America? Okay, I appreciate that question. But then my question to you is, if we want to stand on noble, then where in the literature did nobles say that we were British? Nowhere. Okay, well, see, that's the difference. Those 8 prior presidents, John Hanson and whoever else, those were British Moors who established the United States, which is a British, it's always been a
British colony.
Colony. We're not British or brutish. We're Moroccans. Period. So the League of Nations was established in France, Paris Peace Conference. That's what I thought.
Okay.
Because real quick, because it was established in 1920 following the Treaty of Fez. That was them. Okay, let's go back to the Treaty of Fez. We talked about it last week. Right here. What was the job of the French government? The French government, Article 1 of the government of the French Republic and His Majesty the Sultan have agreed to establish in Morocco a new regime comprising the administrative, judicial, educational, economic, financial, and military reforms which the French government may see fit to introduce within the Moroccan territory. There you go right there. So the League of Nations is the new regime comprising of the administrative, judicial, educational, economic, financial, and military reforms. It was great. It was France who put together the League of Nations with assistance from Woodrow Wilson. It was during the years of the French Protectorate. Obviously, that story goes a little bit deeper. That history goes a lot deeper. And we're just basically scraping the surface. Any other questions?
No, that was it.
As long as, brother. Appreciate you, man. And by the way, y'all, the brother that was just speaking is the Qadi of AMPAG, and he's also a Grand Sheik of the temple. Just so you know.
Islam.
Sheik, not Grand Sheik.
Okay, Sheik. My apologies. I promoted you.
Is it temple number 1?
No,
No.
not at all.
What's your temple in Atlanta, Georgia, brother?
33.
33. Mm-hmm. What temple was Brother Watson Ali from? What number? Or from? Not was from, but is from.
I'm not sure.
I think Temple 47 or something. Consul General, are you on, brother? Watson Ali? He must not be on tonight. So you see that, as I posted on Facebook, right, is the United Nations evil? Are the Rothschilds involved with the United Nations to bring sorrow to the planet? And the answer to that is no. It's misinformation. It's propaganda. I don't know if you guys remember Dead Prez, that rap group from back in the days. They had a song called Propaganda. And it was fire too. They always use propaganda to control our mindset, to control our destiny. If you control the mindset of the people, you control their destiny. And unfortunately, it was mostly due to our Negro spiritual leaders and okay, let me say it a little bit better because I'll be offending people. The grand sheiks of old, for the most part, right? The elders, the grand sheiks who are elders of the 20s, 30s, and 40s, they sold us out. That's who sold us out. And we were sold out. I see people celebrating Farrakhan, his 90th birthday. Okay, so in 90 years, or at least 60 years, because I think he came into the game at 30, what did he do for us? Why did we have a Million Man March instead of a Million Man Constitutional Caucus? He was friends with Gaddafi. Gaddafi was all about government. Gaddafi was trying to put together the United States of Morocco. He was trying to bring several states together. He was an international jurist. He was an international politician of the highest order. And he was brilliant. And you gonna sit here and tell me that he didn't have these conversations with Mr. Farrakhan? Of course he did. But then the question is, why didn't Farrakhan bring that conversation to the people? Instead, he's the black man, the black man, the black man, the black man, the black man. So I only talk about the black man with his slick hair part, the part in his little slick hair. Mr. Scientology, Nation of Islam, I'm confused. I got a question for the floor. Since the floor don't have questions, I got some questions. Are you guys ready? All right.
Islam, ready?
All right. We got some questions here. Which article of which treaty states, as I paraphrase, that if there's any dispute between United States citizens and a Moor,
Yeah, peace and friendship.
article what?
20.
Article 20.
What is that?
Article 21.
Okay, so some say 21, some say 20.
21 and 22, speak on it.
It's actually Article 20.
20.
Yeah, 20. Right? And so this is the reason why we don't exercise the process of removing cases from the state level to the federal level. You remove it to consular. We don't care about the federal courts. We don't have any political interest in Morocco. There's another question. Which president of the United States and in what year said that the United States does not have any political interest in Morocco?
President Eisenhower was 1956.
Teddy Roosevelt.
What year? 19 what?
06.
1906. Okay. I'm gonna go further with that one. Now that you know that, based on the I got that one.
Islam was your audio was breaking up just now.
Oh. Can you hear me better now? Can y'all hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So yes, you were right about Teddy. And then the next question was, it was a proclamation based on what treaty?
The Act of Algiers.
There you go. The Act of Algiers. That's awesome. So Teddy Roosevelt in 1906, in his proclamation, as it related to the ratification of the Act of Algiers, in his proclamation, he stated that the United States does not have any political interest in Morocco whatsoever. So then if we remove it to federal court, we're giving them the recognition of having political interest in Morocco, and that's a fatal flaw, a fatal mistake. That's blundering a move in chess. We just gave away a knight when we did that. Or if we did that. You see? All right. Let's see. Who, I don't know if this is a good question, but it's a good question, I think. Who said that the Moors, the Moroccans, lost their nationality by becoming protected by the United States having treaty relations with the Moorish Empire? It's important for you to know.
Can you repeat your question?
Who who said that the Moors lost their nationality by becoming protected. Protected. There was another term he said, but let's say protected by the United States, based on Moorish treaties.
Noble Drew Ali.
No, it was a United States representative that said it.
Hoffman
Philip
Phillips.
Hoffman.
There you go. There you go. Hoffman, Islam. Hoffman Phillip. What was his title? And where did he? What was his consulate or post? Diplomatic post. Okay, I'm doing too much with that one. His title was Charge d'Affaires.
10 years, I think.
And he was, his post was the American legation. Remember we talked about the American legation earlier? The American legation at the diplomatic body in Tangiers. Right here. Show you the reference point. That ain't it. That is it, but that ain't it. Where is it? Yeah, right here. Appreciation. Right here. You see? Mr. Philip, Hoffman Philip, Mr. Philip, Charge d'Affaires, American legation, right, in Tangiers. This thing sucks when it comes to highlighting it. But you see what I'm saying? American legation, right here. There we go.
And that's in the Expatriation Act, Abdul Islam.
Yes, Islam. Razum. Yeah, the expatriation document. Of 1906. No, it's not of 1906. I forgot what year it came out. But I don't want to scroll up to get to the title because it's a huge document and I don't want to lose my spot. So, Hoffman Phillips said to the world, he said this to Mr. Root, Secretary, but in doing so, he said it's part of the legislation. There are, strictly speaking, no Moroccan laws relating to citizenship of Moorish subjects in Morocco. The fundamental laws of this non-Christian country are based entirely upon the Islamic code, no part of which treats of the subject of citizenship or not citizens. There are, however, numerous treaties and conventions between the various Christian countries and the Moorish Empire, by means of which citizenship in this country is defined. But as I understand from the above acknowledged instructions, he was given instructions that it is not the desire of the department to call for a report upon such lines. I will therefore confine these remarks to general conditions existing. In other words, I'm not going to say much because I know y'all trying to keep this thing on the low, right? Which may possibly be of some use in connection with the information desired. 1, citizenship in Morocco may be said to be governed by the laws pertaining to the same in other countries, with the exception that all persons residing in Morocco who cannot prove foreign citizenship or protection are considered ipso jure as Moorish subjects. If you can't prove foreign citizenship or protection, then you are a Moorish subject. So what that means is, even if you have a nice, well put together trust, you're still a Moorish subject. Even if you have a passport that says that you're an American citizen, non-citizen of an American, whatever, you're still a Moorish subject. Moors be coming at me with this. Well, I got a passport that says that I'm a non-American citizen, and I've got a trust, and you're still a subject. You have to prove foreign citizenship or protections of a different nation, your Moorish nation, to be more correct. 2 and 3, Moorish subjects lost their nationality only by becoming naturalized in or protected by another country having treaty relations with the Moorish Empire. More that the other article said they referred to it as the Kingdom of Morocco, knowing damn well it's the Moorish Empire or the Empire of Morocco. And so then he goes into Article 15, right? Then he goes on to say, the above ruling, so Article 15 of the Treaty of Peace, the Treaty of Madrid, paragraph 1 in particular, was a ruling, not a choice. It was a mandate, a ruling on Moors to return back to Morocco. It was a ruling. It was something that we had to do or remain subjugated in American jurisdiction. So then he says the above ruling has never yet been acted upon because the Moors keep acquiescing. And should this at any time be contemplated seriously, a large number of naturalized people, American and others, residing in Morocco would be affected thereby. So at this current time, they are contemplating seriously. And we certainly contemplated this seriously as well. In fact, we're past contemplation. We're in the stage of action. Active, not passive. And now the United States got to contemplate seriously what the hell they gonna do. A large number of naturalized people in America residing in Morocco will be affected thereby. Because once we take back control of the empire and start governing the vast estate, everybody falls under the rule of Moroccan law. And that's what the Europeans don't want, which means then that is in it of itself our ultimate revenge. Not enslaving them, not hanging them high, but taking back the control and the authority and the governance, not only of this regional landmass, which is Morocco off the farthest west, Al-Maghrib al-Aqsa, but the entire planet. Through our seat as one of the 5 Security Council members, as the authority, the ultimate authority amongst those states. Our flag will soon fly in front of the United Nations. The empire flag will soon fly in front of the United Nations. Let me see, where is the United Nations? Where's a picture of the United Nations with all those flags, right? You see all those, this is the ICJ right here. You see all those flags in front of the United Nations. I ain't gonna look for it. It's in here somewhere, I suppose. Our flag shall fly above all those flags. So if all those poles are 20 feet tall, then the Moroccan Empire flag pole will be 23 feet high. All right, Islam. So I yield with that. Are there any other questions, comments, concerns before we close out?
Islam. So I just wanted to add, because there was a discussion earlier regarding the United Nations. I'm sure everybody's aware by now that there is a plot for Moors to show up at the doorstep of the United Nations on January 8th.
No, I'm not, hold up, don't gloss over that. I'm not aware of that.
Okay, so there's the same Moore that's been, talking nonsense about the Moore states is scheming to have a bunch of Moors go with him to the United Nations doorstep on January 8th
What?
for I'm not going to get into the details, but it's a really silly idea because again, they only hear cases from states. And he recently made mention of his intent to go there and demand to speak with the quote chairman, and they're not going to leave until they speak to that chairman. Whatever. But the bottom line is they're going to cause a public spectacle that's going to reflect negatively on all Moors, including the states. So it may be wise to at least communicate to the United Nations disassociating the states from said group that's plotting this, because they're going to cause another public spectacle just like July 3rd, and it's going to reflect negatively on everybody.
Islam, I appreciate you saying that. I thank you so much. And T Solar said they're gonna get locked up.
Exactly, because the United Nations even said that they reserve that right in one of their documents I posted on Instagram, showing that they can remove anybody that violate their regulations.
And
right?
point of privilege. I'm sorry, brother. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Islam, go ahead.
Point of privilege. Just know they would never think that they are us, because one thing they know, they are moving very competently and doing things, and we are following the treaties and the conventions and the procedures correctly. So they would know that would not be affiliated with the state, because they have seen the work that we have put in and the things that we have done that show that those Moors showing up at the front door haven't done none of those things. So I'm more than sure they are aware of these Moors who are still illiterate and not mature in international law and statehood. I yield.
And those are
Point of
Moorish
privilege.
Americans.
Yeah, point of privilege. I also think that it would be smart for the WRC to put some sort of a template letter model instrument for each one of the wazirs to make a public proclamation that we are not a part of that, that it is something that we do not endorse, and none of our state officials nor our nationals will be participating in that. We are strictly forbidden from doing that, because we know the proper process for approaching and engaging the WRC is through competency and through following customary norms and something like that. But we should put some sort of letter together in relation to that, and make sure it's posted on our WRC website in each and every one of the states. Facebook, social media, everything that we need to do. And it might even be something that maybe the chairman should put together as far as a public proclamation before it happens.
Islam, precisely.
Islam. And let's have a conversation with the IG so you can assist with that resolution or that proclamation.
Got it.
Islam, brother North Star, I want to thank you for the presentation. What I got was the beginning, starting with the diplomatic body in Tangiers, went to the League of Nations, turned into the United Nations. United Nations, they put together their charters, which it was very clear to me back then that those charters were not authored by any Illuminati group. However, it was also very clear that the Security Council, sat there with veto power. They were the constipation of anything going through. So my question to you is, what is the process? What will be the process of becoming the Security Council and having that flag, our national empire flag flying. What will that take, and how can we help? I yield.
Well, first of all, you help by establishing the states in your trust territory, and if there's excuse me, if there's already one established, then you join the ranks as a government official to help move the ball forward, and then also bring your talents to the WRC to help within the WRC.
And study and study.
And definitely study the AMPAG study sessions. There's 122 classes at this point. Study, man. And when you study, that doesn't mean just watch the video. That means follow the reference points, pull them up, read them as he's teaching it, and your erudition would double just that fast. That's how I started off. I would pull up the reference points as he was teaching, and I'm reading it and following along as he's giving us the interpretations, and it caused my erudition to double quickly. As
And
far as hold on a second, hold on 1 second. Let me ask the second part to the question. As far as as far as the process to take the seat, that would be considered a succession of state, right? That's what we're seeking, is a succession of state, meaning that the United States would have to essentially give back the keys to the city or the empire, if you will, right? And they are sitting in one of the seats. In fact, probably the most authoritative seat, because it's based out of Morocco. And so it's really a matter of them standing up, getting up out of there, and we taking that seat, right? But it's done through obviously administrative paperwork to have it on the record. And it's essentially, the concept is called a succession of state, right? Whereas everything gets switched over from the grips of the United States back into the hands of the Moroccan Empire and the competent Moroccan governments, the Maxims, etc. I hope I answered your question with that, brother.
That particular part definitely answered my question. The study, the reference points, establishing a state, all of that, we are on it in the Republic of Moroccan state. We're on all of that. We're coming. The succession of state was the phrase that I was looking for, and that answers my question. Are you?
It's not. What territory are you in?
The territory of Massachusetts.
Okay, it's fine. All right. Go ahead, Sister Mia Moore. I think you had a point of interest.
I just want to emphasize. Just want to put an emphasis on that white chalkboard behind Brother Jay. Please write all that stuff down, because that is so important. That's where I grab my points from. That's where I have learned. Because when I came into statehood last year, I was illiterate to everything, but I kept following the videos. I took my notes. I watched that whiteboard. I wrote down all those reference points. And after the videos, I went back researching, reading. So it's so important to watch that whiteboard, and those are jewels dropped right on that whiteboard. Just pay attention to it. And all the things that Brother Abdul and Brother Jay say, they dropping the jewels for us. We have to pick them up. If we just gonna watch them fall and just look at them, they're not gonna do anything for us. So please write those reference points down off from that board behind Brother Jay. I yield.
Thank you for that, Mia Moore. And also, I wanted to camelback on what was mentioned earlier by the good brother Hakeem, and then further echoed by the executive director. They're not gonna confuse. They can't put a stain on us. They're gonna know the difference. Like to Mia Moore's point. Let me tell y'all something. Let's go to Article 73. Let's go to Article 73. Is it 102? I'm sorry, 102. Every treaty and every international agreement entered into by any member of the United Nations after the present charter comes into force shall as soon as possible be registered with the Secretariat and published by it. A constitution is an international agreement. That agreement, the Constitution, is an agreement amongst the people of that state. That is your master contract, right? As your state, your Constitution, and it becomes an international agreement. And the instruction says that it has to be registered with the Secretariat of the United Nations, and then the Secretariat will publish it, right? And then it goes on to say, no party to any such treaty or international agreement which has not been registered in accordance with the provisions of paragraph 1 that we just read of this article may invoke that treaty or agreement before any organ of the United Nations. So if you don't have your Constitution registered with the United Nations, then you can't enforce it upon anyone, right? So example, USAR has their Constitution, and I'm not picking on USAR. I actually like T. Cannon Bay, but it's just an example, it's a perfect example to illustrate the point. So I spoke to the brother, and he told me this, so I know this to be the fact because that's what he told me. USAR registered their Constitution with the Secretary of State of Illinois, and that's what makes a difference in what makes your state not only competent in de jure but also international versus domestic. He just really they just subjugated themselves further, really, by registering the Constitution or registering it with the Secretary of State of Illinois. So in doing so, he can't invoke his Constitution or the laws that protect his national based on the Constitution upon the United States. In order to do that, he would have to register it on an international level, and then accede to the treaties, and then enforce the treaties. Not so much so your Constitution, but your treaties. But the Constitution lays out your laws, which then gives you a legal argument for the violated. Your rights aren't violated unless your law's been violated. But if you say that if you're basing your rights based on United States laws, then you're saying out loud that you are a citizen because you're using their laws for your protections. See, that's the difference. But what I'm saying is, the reason why I brought up 102 is because you register with the United Nations, your Constitution, and then the United Nations then turns around and they publish it to all the other member states. So currently there's 193 member states. What that means is that 193 countries across planet Earth knows exactly who AMPAG, NUMECA, Maru, AMPAM, and Serum is. And the WRC. Huh?
And DEMTI.
And DEMTI, my apologies, and DEMTI. And the WRC. And the names of each one of those heads of state, the name of the chairman. They are very well aware of who we are. Oh, and by the way, each governor also knows who is the wazir of each of those territories. So 7 governors have received documents and notices. The president of the United States has received 7 constitutions. And the Secretariat of the United Nations have also received 7 constitutions. And just as well, they also have received the convention for the Wazir Regional Council.
Point of privilege.
That's the power of following the instructions. Go ahead, no.
Not only that, the director of the trusteeship system has drafted a letter as well to all of the non-self-governing territories that are still out there without a Moorish state, giving notice that we, the WRC, the competent authority, has now taken on the duties and tasks of assisting all states that are forming within those territories to do it in the competent way. So if they don't get notification in the proper manner and also recognize that there's been a proclamation that we, the WRC, as well as all the existing competent states have recognized the new onboarding state, then they're going to know that they're not in conformity with the rest of the Moroccan states. So they can do all they want to do, but as long as they do not follow the proper procedures that we have set in place for decolonization within the Moroccan Empire, within the WRC's instructions, they're not going to get recognized by the 7 existing states that are already recognized each other. And the United States is going to easily be able to identify those states who have not done it in the proper way. So they're just going to be shooed away like a gnat, which is what they are. They're like a gnat. They're just freaking bothering. And they don't want to follow the proper instructions because they're just like a fruit fly. They just need to go away and figure it out. They're going to eventually, each and every one of them are going to have no choice but to go to a competent Moroccan state to return to. If they choose not to, then they just continue to be aliens, or they continue to be more subjects.
More subjects, yep.
And
Islam.
point of privilege to add on what Nova said. A biblical text tells us so well, come out of her, because Babylon has fallen. You stay there, you're gonna be caught up in all her riffraff and crap. So I'll yield with that.
Exactly. Go ahead, Akeem.
Islam. I definitely agree. My main concern, however, is the press that's bound to happen, because knowing this individual, yeah, it's going to cause a scene, especially if they're forced out.
Right.
Right. And judging from recent comments that were made, it seems as if the individual is trying to make international news again. So that press is definitely going to impact others who are doing the right thing. And I know they say no press is bad press, but when it comes to this, press is definitely a weapon. Like Noble Drew Ali said, it's the greatest weapon, in our arsenal. So
no doubt, and we take heed to that. That's why we're gonna get with the Inspector General, the WRC, to assist in putting together some sort of a public proclamation to basically safeguard our position in terms of the optics, because you're talking about optics, right? What it looks like, how we all would look, how bad we would all look based on that. And you see, but let me say this.
That sounds like
what flag do you think they're going to be flying when they're out there?
The wrong flag.
The Moroccan Kingdom.
Morocco.
That's a great question.
American flag.
That's why we detach from that flag.
That's so that flag does not represent us. See, their flag represent Moorish Americans, so it's the Moorish Americans who's going to look bad. I'm not saying I'm not going against the position in terms of the measures, to take these measures to ensure our position in terms of what we would look like. We definitely going to put together that proclamation. But all I'm saying is it's not going to necessarily, it's not going to bleed over here, because we got a different flag. We got a Moroccan flag. We got the Kingdom of Morocco flag. That's what they're going to be flying when they're standing out there. Go ahead. Somebody wanted to say something?
And Abdul, to me, it sounds like that what he's trying to do, and the way he sounds like that, he's so adamant with doing all these crazy things. He sounds like COINTELPRO, and his intention is to make us look bad.
Okay, so that brings me to that segues me to my next point. Thank you, Mia Moore. What that appears to me to be is a chess move by the United States.
Shay.
However y'all want to interpret this, it's a chess move by the United States.
I see it the same way.
It's already suspect that, the case got dismissed. And then you come out here muddying the waters on what we're doing, talking down on what we're doing. And then now you're coming out here to go stand in front of the United Nations. Oh, well, why all of a sudden everybody has this focus on the United Nations now all of a sudden, huh? because we're controlling the narrative. So now it's all up. Nobody was talking about decolonization until we started talking about it. Nobody was talking about the United Nations as a remedy until we started talking about the United Nations as a remedy. Because up until now, the United Nations has always been the boogeyman. The other guy who's also been released and dismissed, the case was dismissed, watch him. It's the statehood movement, the new paradigm is taking root. It's overcoming the old paradigm. There's a merger and acquisition taking place before our eyes, our very eyes. Meaning that we are canceling out the old paradigm slowly but surely, and I'm seeing it. So, okay, the concepts are being cleaned up in the minds of the people. So we need these two guys in place to muddy the waters by saying foolishness to the people, like your state is your state of mind, to combat the idea of statehood. If you pay close attention, you can see the chess moves by the United States. But guess what? It's not going to work. It is not going to work. Because we are going to remain steadfast. First and foremost, we see the chess moves. So if when you're playing chess and you see a chess move coming from your opponent, you're in a good position. It's when you're blind to the moves, is when you can't see a move. That's when you're in danger. We see the moves. We've talked about this before. Right? And it's real suspect. So when you come out here and you say stuff like, oh, they got these new Moors talking about Moors government this, Moors government that, treaties this, treaties that. Why haven't they held the colonists accountable? This is suspicious. You're deflecting.
And
See, oftentimes,
Mhm.
when you point one finger, there's three crusty ass fingers pointing back at you. Go ahead,
Yeah.
sister.
Not the
And
crusty ones.
if you pay attention to all the people that are against state, they are fiat driven. Everything they do is about money. You watch Lamont, everything came out of his mouth. Oh, you're gonna have to pay. Everything is about money. The one thing you could say and have to say, Empress Nova, I gratitude to Nova. She put in so much work. All of us put in work, but I have to say nobody put in work like Nova and Jay. We have to give them their flowers right now because once you become a state and you come into the WRC, you're gonna really learn. Don't sit into your state. Everybody should come to the WRC because you're gonna learn and see what structured government look like. You're gonna see what you've been missing. And when you see all these clowns you used to following and learn the things that you know now, they're gonna look real preschool to you. I yield with that.
Real talk.
I like to make a point. First of all, peace and love to all the chat too. I forgot to say that earlier. I was watching a Moore, and I don't want to say his name, but to me, I was watching one of his videos. I think it was day before yesterday on Instagram, and I think I was talking. I know I was talking to Akil one time, and I was telling him that the only person that is talking about international law is JJ Bay. But from this particular point I'm making now is that one of the Moors, to be honest with you, he has good potential, but he's militant minded. And I think his point that he was trying to make, I don't know who he was referring to, but as I was trying to dissect the video, I want to say he was trying to talk about JJ, but at the same time, he was speaking on there's no such thing as international law. But then he turns around and said, well, we need this type of government. And it's almost like a catch-22 on the things that he was talking about, that that requires a statehood, but at the same time, he feels that you don't need it, trying to break down what the word international really means. Also, he tried to break down the word American, and I'm glad that Abdul, you spoke about this because I think that is the stopping point of why Moors can't move forward into statehoods or get themselves together, because that's the debate. The word American is the new black now, because Todd's talked about the word black. You know what I'm saying? So that's the new black that we have to have to, you know, get
Yeah,
information on. So now we
right.
move past black, now it's American. So you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
they
So now
always got some for us.
right. So now we move into that part of it. And I think this particular Moore, he was trying to break down the word and he tried to use it in the reference of and language. And I think you spoke about this earlier, Abdul, that the language was kind of messed up. But he broke it down where he was saying that the colonists couldn't understand the ancestral lineage of the word, and they just said American. And I think I forgot what word he used, but it wasn't Al-Marak. It was another word he used, and the colonists used American. Basically, what he's saying is that that word American is an ancient word anyway. Even if you use during time, it passed down to Al-Moroccan, to Moroccan. So, I think that's the standstill point of certain Moors, that if they can't get past that point, then there's no use, there's no reason for them to move forward and trying to get a statehood, because no one outside of that point is debating the treaties and the laws like JJ doing. He bringing everything to the forefront like you did today. No one is challenging those points to
Nope.
say, hey, we're wrong and he's right. But again, and also this too, I wanted to, touch on the fact that I know you spoke about earlier about the Rothschilds talking about, the slavery and the hanging. I think that comes from the Euro Jews thinking that in their prophecy, they feel that once they get granted to take over, I would say so-called the world, they will be inherited slaves to control. And I've watched, a couple of videos where Euro Jews, they think like that in their religion, that once it's prophesied that they will be, back into the seat of power where they will have dominions over the aboriginals of the land and they will become their slaves. So a lot of that comes from, and also the Rothschilds did, and I think in the 70s spoke about chipping people, not just us, but just society as a whole to control. And that's where that comes from as well. So, but yeah, with that being said, I yield.
You said a lot, and thank you for your point of interest. That was hilarious when you said that America is a new black. There's a lot of people out here that's been misinforming the people for a very long time, and now, to your point, good brother, I'm seeing that they're also seeking to utilize the information that we're putting out and mishmash it, right? In an attempt to challenge it. But there hasn't been, and again, to your point, there hasn't been a competent challenge, because you can't use literature to combat international law, and you can't use international law to combat literature. It doesn't, debates don't work like that. The subject matter has to match. So if we're talking international law, then you have to come with international law information or information based on international law to challenge what it is that we're saying, to show and prove that what we're saying is wrong. Perhaps some sort of, maybe we're interpreting things wrong. Maybe you have a different interpretation of what a treaty is saying. That's how debates work. But you can't say that, oh, we're American because the word is ancient, and the what is it called? The 1828 Webster's Dictionary says that we are the Americans. That's not a competent debate. And the word American is not ancient, by the way, right? What's ancient is Morocco. America is the corruption, if that's even a thing. But it's irrelevant if it's corrupted or not. Like I said earlier, the point is what's the correct term? Why would you go with the corrupted term? So I pulled this up just in real time as you were talking to prove that America is not a ancient word. This is the Library of Congress. Timeless stories from the Library of Congress, right? How did America get its name? Today, America celebrates its independence. So it's America that celebrates its independence every 4th of July, not Morocco. You see, it's two different people, right? It's the United States of America, which makes them Americans. We are the Empire of Morocco, the Moroccan Empire, the Moorish Empire. The Moabites are the founders and true possessors of the present Moroccan Empire. And it goes on to say, our founding fathers drafted and adopted the Declaration of Independence. See, that's how they gained their independence from Great Britain. They drafted and adopted a Declaration of Independence. That's what competent people on planet Earth do. So that's what we did. We drafted and adopted a Declaration of Independence, and with it came a constitution as well to gain our sovereignty and independence and autonomy from the United States as the receiving states, right? As sovereigns and independent people, not sovereign citizens. The state is sovereign. Declaring America's freedom from Great Britain and setting in motion universal human rights. So we are declaring our independence from the United States, and we are setting in motion our universal rights, human rights. You see?
Yeah, Abdul, and you're right. I think what's going to happen is this. I think that this particular Moor, he's well versed into treaties and laws and government. He's talked like that. And I think what's about to happen is this. Now we're finna transition to, I think he's finna dab into debating the laws, international stuff. I think he's gonna get to that point. I think it's gonna.
You need to challenge and have a debate with Brother Jay. Let him debate Brother Jay.
I don't think he won't, Empress. I don't think he want to challenge that genius. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he want to do that. But I think what's happening is that he's moving towards that because I think he's paying attention, to be honest with you. Because if you look at the video, it's gearing towards that point. Now it's like this particular Moore is stepping up to this point because I think the old debates is getting old as far as being Black and American and that type of stuff. It's getting old now. I think now the shift is changing to now Moore's establishing states. Now Moore's is talking about international government. Now Moore's is doing this way. So now this is the new subject where those particular Moors who talks about that anyway, now they're finna start challenging. That's just my opinion. Because the way it's going, he's going in that direction.
Point of privilege, Brother Abdul, would you say that this is about people being politically immature? This is not about religion, who's the smartest. It's about becoming politically immature, and we have to know how important politics is to our lives. We have been missing out because we have been politically immature and illiterate.
Yeah.
That's the point.
And now we're becoming politically competent and mature as the majority. We're no longer the minority. We have now joined the ranks of the majority by way of a constitution that set up 3 branches of government.
Yes.
So,
Let me step in for a second.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I'm trying to get in for a second. I want to say I applaud everybody for their point. It was very well noted. Everybody has a great point, but I feel, along with most of the Wazir Regional Council, that we should push our own initiative. I've said it before. I've been on the calls, and we have 50 people on this broadcast. It baffles me every week why we don't have 50 shares and 50 shares from each wazir's account or each state's account every week, at least once or twice a week. That baffles me. I don't understand why we don't. We get on the call, we support the wazir for expressing what you're expressing with different subject matter. And every time we get on, we get the YouTube, we should have, everyone should be sharing this information on their page. It should be not one person, it should be 50. So if there's 50 people on this call, there should be 100 shares. That's how you control the narrative. Yes, they're listening. Yes, they're paying attention. When I say they, there's other people. I don't want to mention anybody's names. They're paying attention, of course. But to really control the narrative, because this is a small community, we need everyone that's not a friend of the Wazir Council to go friend the Wazir Council page right now. Like literally, you can get off the live. Everybody should go to every state's page, like every page, and put it on their page. If you're going to come and get the information, you might as well share it. Why don't we have 50 shares on each Wazir's post every week? Somebody answer that question for me. Forget all the other Moors. We need to control our own conversation. They're gonna have to pay attention. They got to come to Morocco anyway, so it doesn't matter what they say. That's my point. It doesn't even matter. What they're talking about doesn't matter. What we need to be doing is sharing the information every week. Every time the Wazir posts, share it. It should be 50 shares minimum. Everyone should go to each of the states' page, like the page, become a follower. And if you're not studying fast enough, you should be resharing what they're sharing. And it's gonna cloud the internet. They're gonna have to pay attention. So my point is, every person should be sharing. It should be no less than 50 shares if there's 50 people on this call.
Islam, brother. I appreciate that.
I mean, come on, people. I mean, we tripping. Like, I don't want to get out of character, but what I want to say is this: it should be 50 shares at a minimum on each post by each state every time. If there's 50 people on this call, what takes you 3 seconds to go and hit share, and you can get off the internet. You don't have to be on it every week, but every time someone shares it from the Wazir Council or one of these competent Moorish states, you should be sharing their post. Period. Not only that, we should the message regarding the message for the Wazir Council regarding the people going to the UN, we should get that done, and also do a press release to get ahead of it. So when it happens, we've already have it documented on the record that we are definitely not them, and we're doing it right and exact. But it should be a 50 shares at least on each post, period. No one can tell me different.
Yes,
reason. Like, come on.
I appreciate that. And that's real. That was a hell of a re-emphasis. And I appreciate that. And you have to do that because it's not happening. And by the way, this is Wazir Hano of Serum, Wazir member of the Wazir Regional Council. Yeah, we definitely need to be sharing this information. There's no reason why we only have 1 or 2 or 3 here and there. We should be going a lot more viral at this point. So your point is duly noted, good brother, and I appreciate that. I hope everyone take heed to what you're saying, and with the authoritative voice and energy in which you came with. Appreciate that one. You meant business with that one. So that brother that you're talking about, we have no time for him. Because instead of him studying to debate, he should be studying to participate, right? And bring his skill set and his knowledge and understanding to the table, not study international law to show us wrong. You ain't gonna be able to prove us any wrong. Now, would we be willing to listen to his interpretation? Now we're talking about something more competent because you're matching the subject matter. So perhaps you can come with a different interpretation of something that we may be misinterpreting. I don't know. We could talk about it though, and find the right answer. But then that's not really a debate, is it? Now that's cooperation. Now that's deliberation. That's communication. right? But like I said, instead of studying to battle us, like this ain't rap, this ain't hip hop, and this ain't Sinetta and the conscious community. We're not here for debates. Now, I do recognize that the good brother has put up a challenge, but so that's what the challenge is all about. Prove to us that we are Moorish Americans.
And show us how you using your pen. Because
Right.
that's what we got to do. Use your pen. Pen got us in this mess, and it's gonna take the pen to get us out. Brother Jay say that so much. I don't see how we don't understand that metaphor. Because we know we wrote right out of history. We was people that wrote right out of history.
Islam, point of interest. This is Chief Kazi from Illini State Republic, Ante, Illinois. I'm Danya Ill. I just wanted to comment that in regards to the comments that's being made from, other Moorish proteges and Moorish subjects, I move off the art of war. And the number one thing in the art of war is the greatest victory is that which requires no battle.
That's right.
And we're keeping in mind that these are people who don't even have our status. And then we keep in the second art of war, which is, victorious warriors. We win war while defeating the warriors because we seek to win first, whereas those who are being defeated, they seek the battle. And we have already stepped into being diplomats, stepped into our correct status. We're stepping into our correct knowledge. And as we've all stated, literacy does not trump international law. Peace and blessings be upon our prophet, Noble Drew Ali, but not even his moral statements can trump international law as well.
Exactly.
So, I say that just to say the greatest victory is that which requires no battle. What is the battle when we are at the forefront with all of our correct tools, all our correct soldiers, and we are defeating and battling hearsay? Hearsay.
Right. Exactly.
So, I just wanted to give that, chime in. I've been here on this call and I'm grateful for all the Moors that's here. I'm grateful for all of the energy. And I'm just grateful that we're moving in the correct direction. Being able to know that, no, we are not Moorish American. We're not even American in any sense. So just keep in mind the art of war, because it is a war that we're fighting, not even just coming into statehood, but also we see that we're fighting against our own people. But as we know, if we want to speak of literature, Noble Drew Ali warned us against that too. He says, some of your people you're going to have to leave behind.
Yeah.
So just remember, the greatest victory is that which requires no battle. And literacy never triumphs international law nor treaty. And with that, I yield.
I want to say for the record that Illinois State Republic, if I'm going to say so myself, has an excellent Sayaraha. Congratulations, y'all. And thank you for your point of interest.
This is Chief Kazi Danya Ill.
Oh, I apologize. The Chief Kazi. That makes more sense. That makes more sense. Because the Chief Judge of Consular Court, J.J. Bay, always talks about exactly that, what you just mentioned.
Yeah, I say.
Right? The brother is an avid student of the art of war as well. And I would also say, if I'm going to say so myself, he has been an excellent student of the art of war. Because a lot of what we're doing is, like, for example, he would always talk about how the art of war talks about rousing your enemy, right? And striking like a thunderbolt. The WRC, the Empire flag, the unveiling of the Empire flag was us striking like a lightning bolt. We came out of nowhere with that flag, even though but we struck them like a lightning bolt. Boom! Suddenly we got a whole new flag, redesigned, right? So I appreciate your point of interest. That is exactly correct, and we're definitely on that path of moving as the art of war would teach to move. That's chess, not checkers. And I got off my square. You guys had a lot of points of interest, and I had to let y'all speak, and time is going. But I want to point this out, what I have on the screen. While the colonies may have established it, America was given a name long before. America is named after Amerigo Vespucci, the Italian explorer who set forth the then revolutionary concept that the lands that Christopher Columbus sailed to in 1492 were part of a separate continent. A map created in 1507 by Martin Walsinghmuller was the first to depict the new continent with the name America, a Latinized version of Amerigo, not Morocco. And it's not ancient because it's only been on the map since the year 1507. And don't let the Moors fool you to believe that, no, that's not true. It's not after Amerigo Vespucci or whatever. It's actually a corruption. Okay, well, show and prove that point. Where's your reference points for that? Or you just make. See, I have come to realize that the Moorish Americans love making shit up. Excuse my language, because this is a rated G, but it's ridiculous. It's absolutely sickening that we just make stuff up and we don't actually have the backing to prove what's being said. Right? Let's click on this link and see what else we find. That's the map. Recognizing 1507 world map, recognizing and naming a new continent. Why is it new? It's always been there. So what are they talking about when they say a new continent? It's a new jurisdiction for them. And they got to name it America in the acquiescence of the Moors. And the Sultan, by the way, recognized it and accepted it as such in 1786 when they signed the Treaty of Peace and Friendship. The courts of Morocco and the Sultan recognized them as Americans, and they recognized the name United States of America when Great Britain themselves refused to recognize it. They refused to recognize it and them. The British government was telling what's his name? Sam Adams, right? We don't recognize you as no Americans. You guys are British subjects. And we can't wait to send bombs your way. This is how the British were talking to Sam Adams. You ain't no plenipotentiary. You ain't no minister of foreign affairs. They were going in on him. We'll go over that document in the next couple of weeks, because obviously it's going to take us some time to get through the charter. You know, it's 111 articles, I believe. Right, several chapters. So what is his reference point going to be to combat this? It's been since 1507. So what was it before 1507? Morocco. It's always been Morocco. Now you also may have said Mauritania and other names like that, but I mean it's still based in Moroccan consanguinity. It's been our empire. It's been our land since the beginning of time, since time immemorial, which is why we have the authority of the land on our side. And by the grace of God, these treaties were put in place, and it gave us back all the rights to the land. And it was done so by Europeans and Arabs. Imagine that. We were acquiescing and sleeping with them when the Europeans, the colonists, and the Arabs put together the Treaty of Peace, the Treaty of Madrid, and the Act of Algeciras. They did that for us. But they also did it for themselves, right? But they also knew that the Sultan also knew that as the practice of Islam would how do I put it? Would bring you, especially the old version, not this new corrupted version, would bring you to the understanding of the laws of God as it relates to the people that are direct descendants of God. And the reason why we're direct descendants is because we were the first on planet Earth, long before anyone else came. It just is what it is. It's not arrogance, right? It's not a superiority complex. It's just the truth. It's a fact. It is what it is. We are the founders of civilization, which means then that we always ran government, which means then we never were stateless, which means then we never believed that state is your state of mind. We've always had 3 branches or some sort of monarchy or something. Islam. So with that, it's time to start closing out. It's 11:30. This thing went on a little bit extra because people have points of interest, which I appreciate. But just know it doesn't matter what anyone else does. We don't care about what these guys are going to do in front of the United Nations. Don't get me wrong. We will put together something to combat that notion as it relates to what we might look like. But we're not pressed by that. I mean, that little chess move ain't nothing compared to the next move that's about to come. We got some things under our sleeves, right? We're gonna continue to strike like a thunderbolt, strike like lightning. Every so often you'll see something else coming from the WRC, Morris. We ain't playing out here. And for those who doubt, keep doubting. They ain't worried about that. We're gonna keep moving forward. We remain steadfast in this path to decolonizing the empire of Morocco. No one is gonna stop this train from going. And
Islam.
or we just agreeing?
Just agreeing. As you said before, one monkey can't stop the show.
Ain't no monkey gonna stop no show. A gorilla ain't gonna stop this show. It is divinely ordained. The ancestors, Allah, they're all behind the scenes working this magic. Even the prophet, right? And the prophet said he was going to go in the spiritual realm and deal with the Europeans. Okay, well, here we are, the 3rd and 4th generation, eyes wide open, seeing it. Peace, love, and prosperity to all of you. We've got to go ahead and close out. I think you all, like the good Hano Bay said, man, share everything, like everybody, and be friends with everybody. Follow all the more states, and also all the videos from the AMPAG study sessions and AMPAG Media and Maru State Republic. Share it, like it, subscribe. It's not about monetization. It's about getting across the information. All right.
And can I say one more thing? One more thing I want to say.
Oh, go ahead.
I just want to say one more thing, and that is this. If you, like the prophet said, he gonna keep the European here long enough to teach us how to govern. Well, guess what? WRC, we got Nova teaching us how to government. I yield.
Islam. Peace, love, and prosperity, everybody, and may the blessings of Allah be upon you all. Islam.
Islam. Peace.
Ashe. Islam.
Ashe is one love.
Islam. Peace and love.